life feeling worse. It's doggy dog, love and hate till it hurts. Compromise if the wise like despise others' lives. Rise above it all, love it all, and keep your spirits high. Changing. Changing. 'Cause everybody's trying to tell me what to do. Changing. Butterfly alone while I am changing. Why don't you people just agree? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat. 'Cause everybody's trying to tell me what to do. Changing. Butterfly alone while I am changing. Why don't you people just agree? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat. 'Cause I'm changing.
Nothing feels better when the sun goes down. Darkness heightens senses, sweeten touch and sound. Minutes turn to hours, you let go and lose count. Living in the moment, float with the current of the ocean. Give me a baseline popping, stuck in my head, no running away, no running away. Sink into the groove, let your body move. You don't need to know the tune, I'll show you the way. I'll show you the way. High on life, cut the brakes, let the night take over. Take a dive, ride the wave. Take one more step closer. Go with the flow and follow your heart. Leave your problems at the door, they won't bother you no more. Tonight is the night, there's no better time to start. Take my hand and jump in, I wanna let loose, get up to something. Give me a baseline popping, stuck in my head, no running away. No running, no running away. No running, sink into the groove, let your body move. You don't need to know the tune, I'll show you the way. I'll show you the way. High on life, cut the brakes. Let the night take over. Take a dive, ride the wave. Take one more step closer. High on
My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away. From where I am, I go all the way by bicycle, just to see your face in Tokyo. For hours and hours I drive, counting the streets passing by, dreaming of trees in pale white, the light of the night in southern Hawaii. I feel like I'm lost in the flow, stuck in the routines I know. My last trip was ages ago, ages ago. My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away. From where I am, I go all the way by bicycle, just to see your face in Tokyo. I'm not unhappy, my dear, but nothing is holding me here. They say that I should save my career, but all I wanna do is leave for a year. I feel like I'm lost in the flow, stuck in my routines I know. Our last trip was ages ago, ages ago. My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away. From where I am, I go all the way by bicycle, just to see your face in Tokyo.
Yo. Yo.
I went from nothing to something overnight. Sweeping hair, I met a little thing on inside. Though supposed to be close for saying you'll never make it. Yeah, right. I've had the street my whole pretty life. So fighting demons and working through strife. I wanna run around, but you said you'll never make it. Changing. Changing. 'Cause everybody's trying to tell me what to do. Changing, butterfly, lower line, changing. Why don't you people just agree? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat, 'cause I'm changing. Everybody, I'm changing. My papa told me, girl, you'll be alright. Don't surrender till you're through, put up a fight. Those supposed to be close were saying you'll never make it. My sister said you think you're a superstar. I said watch your space or run round, yo. I wanna run around, but you said you'll never make it. Changing. Changing. 'Cause everybody's trying to tell me what to do. Changing, butterfly, lower line, changing. Why don't you people just agree? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat, 'cause I'm changing. Everybody, I'm changing. Gonna keep it moving up, and so high. Won't let nobody stand in my way. They can try. They'll be facing me dead on with my head on. You can bet on the fact that I'll be taking what's mine. I've got a grip on how this whole life thing works. It's dog eat dog, love and hate till it hurts. Keep the minds if the wise like despise others' life. Rise above it all, love it all, and keep your spirits high. Changing. Changing. 'Cause everybody's trying to tell me what to do. Changing, butterfly, lower line, changing. Why don't you people just agree? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat. 'Cause everybody's trying to tell me what to do. Changing, butterfly, lower line, changing. Why don't you people just agree? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat, 'cause I'm changing.
My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away. From where I am, I go all the way by bicycle, just to see your face in Tokyo. For hours and hours I drive, counting the streets passing by, dreaming of trees in pale white, the light of the night in southern Hawaii. I feel like I'm lost in the flow, stuck in the routines I know. My last trip was ages ago, ages ago. My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away. From where I am, I go all the way by bicycle, just to see your face in Tokyo. I'm not unhappy, my dear, but not save my career, but all I wanna do is leave for a year. I feel like I'm lost in the flow, stuck in my routines, I know. Our last trip was ages ago, ages ago. My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away from where I am. I go all the way by bicycle just to see your face in Tokyo.
to be true. It's heartbreaking, and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, get to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, get to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, get to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase.
Somebody blow up the ceiling, cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can't do if you want it. Dreaming day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right, yeah. There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na na na
As the blanket of night closes in on Oceania, it's a Tuesday here, and we kick things off with Playday 2 of the Oceanic Challenge League. My name, Blue Panda. On the mic with me, as always, Cthulhu. We're coming into the second day of competition for this year for the Oceanic Challenge League. Last week, it set the standard. Do you reckon we can match it here tonight?
Oh, look, yeah. Week 1 set us up with some very spicy matches, some rather close scorelines, as funny as it ended up turning out. But honestly, yeah, I'm thinking starting from today, we will be seeing some even bigger heaters to come through.
Well, speaking of tonight, before we get there, we've got to look back where we've been, of course, the standings and how things are coming off of week 1. There were some interesting matches, some that didn't quite play out the way we expected, but as the standings stand right now, we can see 1620 Kings, Kraken Esports, and the Vodafone Warriors Esports Club sitting in first place, all with 3 points under the belt. Circular Spheres taking fourth, having picked up that win in overtime. LFO got themselves one off that loss in overtime, and Dynasty, Altered Zelios, and Antic are sitting bottom of the table, looking to get themselves some points on the board tonight.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, for the teams that did end up being at the bottom of the leaderboard, that is Dynasty, Altered Zelios, and Antic. Look, unfortunately, yeah, week 1 didn't particularly look too promising, albeit some good initial kind of sprouts started popping through. So possibly going into week 2 and week 3, we could be seeing we might keep on seeing the improvements, the initial jitters after all of that whole fiesta of roster changes to finally settle down, and from there on we can possibly start seeing the rosters finally, you know, harden up, get a little bit more stable on their performance is probably the best way to really describe it.
And unfortunately, with the region like ANZ, we are notorious as a region for taking a while to get warmed up. Unfortunately for these teams, there's no playoffs at the end of the stage, so they can't afford to take too much longer to get warmed up, especially with our matches on the cards tonight, Cthulhu. 4 matches to be played, 4 very interesting matchups that we're very excited to be taking you to. Circular Spheres take on the Vodafone Warriors in match 1. That one's going to be an absolute heater. Match 2, LFO and Dynasty go head-to-head. Match 3, things warming up once again. It's Kraken Esports Club taking on Antic R6, and to close the night out, it's Altered Zelios taking on the 1620 Kings. Now, Cthulhu, which match do you reckon is going to provide the biggest upset?
Oh, look, I think probably either the first match or maybe the last one, because with the first one, look, Warriors set themselves up with a really good storyline going into their first week. They managed to perform a 7-4 victory over Dynasty, whereas for Circular Spheres, it's been a bit of a struggle fest for them. So going into tonight's, Vodafone Warriors might have the kind of the favorite pick, but Circular Spheres have the ground to really pull a comeback, whereas on the side of Altered Zelios versus 1620 Kings, it is more so kind of a time for Zelios to kind of prove themselves that they still very much worthy of being here in OCL.
Yeah, and I mean, last week we got to see that continuing trend for the Oceanic Challenge League that we saw the entirety last year of it being a very defender-sided affair. 2 villas were played, 2 5-1s came about, and one of those matches ended up being a 5-1 defensive half trade. I mean, with that in mind, Cthulhu, with the matches that we have tonight, do you reckon there's a chance we see that heavy defense favored side come out?
I definitely think that we are going to be seeing quite a fair bit of the defensive bias going into this matchup, especially for teams like Circular Spheres, given that they have been kind of very heavily leaning into the defensive side, whereas the attack has been a little bit shaky. But overall, I'm expecting quite a fair few teams to start shining through their attack side prowess, and this what probably will end up separating them from the rest of the pack.
Well, let's get on into it, shall we? Match 1 of the evening, of course. Circular Spheres taking on Vodafone Warriors Esports. Now, last week we got the vanilla match. Look, there was nothing too interesting, nothing too spicy. Coming into tonight, let's hope the map veto is just a little bit more interesting. I don't want Villa again. If we could avoid that map, I think that would be ideal. I think a lot of the teams tonight will be trying to avoid that map as well. But our first matchup, I mean, having seen both teams play and what they're capable of, do you think there is a map that either would particularly prefer?
Look, I think going into tonight, Warriors would want to show something different other than Villa. Villa may end up being a little bit more strat heavy against a team like Circular Spheres, who do find themselves a solid position on the defense. Something a little bit more out of well, pace maybe is probably the best way to really describe it. Something across the lines of maybe a clubhouse, maybe some little bit of a chalet to be thrown into the fray of that. Could be a good idea, but again, both teams have shown us that in the previous experiences that they can really perform on all of the kind of quote-unquote vanilla maps / reworked maps.
I mean, look, coming into this, you know, going into our matchup, of course, Circular Spheres taking on the Vodafone Warriors. I mean, having, yeah, like I said, we thought potentially there was some upsets coming in this matchup. Do you reckon either of these teams would be willing to risk going to one of the newly reworked maps?
I don't think either of them would really want to go there yet, because it is still a little bit of an uncharted kind of area for quite a lot of rosters, and taking your opponents early on into the season, into the meta, does end up bringing a few uncertainties into your matchup, into your playstyle, and from there on kind of things could be looking a little bit scary. But as we do get to kind of look at our players and we get to see Japer and Co to really pop through first, look, I have to say CS on their end, they would want to go to the map where they know, the most, which have been played the most in the past fair few months, and something that would flex a very heavy defender-sided bias.
Well, I mean, look at them. They're ready. The
That is a
smiles are there.
clean setup.
Jordy,
Holy.
yeah. Look, that's. Look, we're gonna be asking, you know, who they've got on for interior decorating there, but it's nice. It looks clean. It's probably one of the
Even
cleanest.
got the shirt.
I think it's one of the cleanest setups that we've seen in ANZ Siege. But I mean, Jordy, bit of a yawn. He's definitely going to be someone to keep an eye on tonight, of course. And big shout out to Circles Life, our sponsors for the player cams. Both, the man in charge of the Warriors, single-handedly rebuilding the roster from the ground up with King Grills, formerly the Big Dogs, of course, coming into this season. They've got a lot to prove, Cthulhu. After last year and the way it ended for them, they want to bounce back. Look at them. They're hyping themselves up. They're looking to get into it. The vibes are flowing.
Yeah, absolutely. I certainly will have to agree with you. Warriors certainly showed a great deal of flexibility, especially on Villa, where they were able to capably just play the roam really well as just play that hunker down setup. And from there on, that kind of flexibility ended up translating really well into a good sort of defense, good attack as well. And coordination has been very much a noteworthy thing when we did end up talking in the first Playday about Warriors.
Well, we'll be jumping onto the map vetoes in a moment. It's interesting, you know, the new 9-map pool, and already we've seen teams defaulting back to what is considered the norm, especially in our quarter of the world.
Yeah. Look, it's one of those things that really, I'm personally just expecting the new maps to start maybe popping through once or twice close to the middle end of the season, or maybe to the conclusion of Stage 1, given the sheer fact that how impactful one could really be after showing that, say, a very strong skyscraper or a strong theme park. The maps that have been re-added do expand those things and do offer a whole bigger plethora of the playstyles. Pardon me for that voice break. But overall, I'm certainly quite keen to see what could be sorted, what kind of playstyles will be by the conclusion of it all adapted. And given that we can't really anymore talk and mention the whole week 1 jitters, I think it's about time teams start to finally figure out what exactly needs to be done, what kind of roles to be played, what kind of comp lines to run as well.
Well, let's figure it out, shall we? Let's make the unknown known. The map vetoes on your screens in just a second. And Cthulhu, we're going back to basics here. What we knew to be true in Stage 3 of last year, we're heading to the Oceanic Chalet League.
Look, Chalet is one of those maps that does allow quite a fair bit of very kind of site-heavy, defense-heavy setups. So for Circular Spheres, this would be a perfect map to actually go to, especially on a defense. So it will be more so a test for Warriors once they do go into the attack. if they will be able to even break that whole setup, because yeah, Spheres were able to really set themselves up really well once it came down to defense. Attack will be certainly very questionable, and that is exactly what is going to be the side. It's going to be for the beginning attack for spherical spheres or circular spheres, pardon me, or CS. Let's call it CS for now.
Most spheres are spherical,
yeah,
as it stands. But I mean, look, you're going into Chalet, one of the maps that was more often than not attacker-sided, especially in our region. Not necessarily in the OCL last year, everything was defender-sided. But a map that in our region on the whole has been defender, attacker-sided and riding off that aggressive momentum. Do you think that we see that shift here in Playday too? Do we see teams start to show what they're capable of on the attack?
Absolutely. Look, I mean, it's been kind of a rising question at the beginning of Stage 3 back in 2021, where we've seen the majority just of the points here gained through the defense. Close to the conclusion, teams like Kraken, teams like even Big Dogs, and even during the playoffs, the 16-20 Kings were able to start flexing their prowess on the attacking side, where it pretty much mattered really, where they needed to change the outcome, change the pacing, switch instead of going, say, for a 3-3 scoreline, it was a 4-2 for the attack to then go have a much more comfortable defensive side. So overall, I certainly think that this time it's going to be kind of a similar outcome, where some of the newer teams that have been introduced will get to initially just try to stay afloat as much as it can happen really with the defensive side, but then as we progress further into the season, attacking side could be slowly but surely become much more prevalent, especially for a team like even Kraken once we do get to actually see them play, but that's a whole different story.
I mean, look, in terms of who is taking the field today, is there anyone that you're keeping an eye on? I mean, you think of the likes of Geordie, one of the best Valkyries in the OCL that we saw last year. I mean, likened to Bailey with that 3-man Nitro cell on Clubhouse, he was pulling off similar stuff. You reckon we see target bans trying to take away some of those key picks?
I'm actually thinking that we might be seeing a relatively standardized bans, but in saying that, yeah, Valkyrie will certainly be a huge target to ban out. Get rid of her, get rid of Mira, given that both of those defensive operators do provide a lot of just very much of a hunker down play and allowing, say, some of the roamers to make those very well-calculated decisions. On the side of defense, or rather, pardon me, offense, look, I'm thinking Thatcher Flores is basically going to be a default ban, at least for another week or so, until we finally going to start seeing some counter bans. Against Warriors, look, they managed to show us some few cool setups that they run, but for the majority of it, it still kind of feels a little bit more by the book.
Well, we jump on into things, of course. Cthulhu Chalet, the lovely French Alps, going to be our battlefield for match one, of course. Vodafone Warriors Esports taking on Circular Spheres. We're heading into the operator ban phase. I mean, this map has shown an insane amount of flexibility over the last 6 to 8 months in which it's been in play. And I mean, look, ANZ, we're a region that is no stranger to that flexibility.
Absolutely. We've been talking initially about that kind of the holy trinity of maps that has been picked quite rather frequently, at least within OCL, being the Clubhouse, Oregon, and Villa. But Chalet, yeah, last season, it was one of the most, if not the most picked map, if my memory serves me right. So certainly wouldn't be surprised if that kind of trend could really continue, with Chalet being the map that is one of the fresher ones outside of the 3 newly added ones, and it still sees quite a fair few changes in some of the playstyles and some very interesting different alterations. And, well, like I predicted, Thatcher Flores out of the equation. For the attacking side, look, both of these operators are extremely powerful, and pretty much it makes sense to get them out of the equation.
2 for 2. Not bad so far. But I mean, look, where do you go for here? Do you worry about the likes of a Valkyrie? Do you worry about the Aruni? What is the priority here? And well, Valkyrie, there we go. Circular Spheres do take it out. Not wanting to have to deal with that extra information gathering potential. And well, I mean, it's interesting. Circular Spheres were the ones to ban it themselves.
Yeah, to a certain degree, it makes sense as well, because Warriors did flex the Valkyrie plays quite a few times, I believe, before. So with her out of the equation, certainly does make things a whole lot easier. Frost, though, banned. Now, that is a peculiar one, given the fact that, well, on Chalet, actually, I think it's one of the more frequently picked operators, just for the sheer abundance of the windows to jump through. So you can have quite a nasty surprise with the Frost, but without that, well, it's a much much more calmer, much more safer experience, really, with the entry into the buildings.
Yeah, probably one of the least seen bans, but one of the most picked operators on this map. So hitting the nail on the head there. Right now, circular spheres go hovering the glares. I don't think we're going to see that one stick around, but for the most part, the rest of it is looking like what we would expect this lineup to be. Kitchen dining, though, the site to kick things off.
Look, kitchen dining is one of those sites that is either picked as a secondary or maybe occasionally a tertiary site. Of course, yes, it is a bit unusual to watch it being defended straight from the get-go, but during Season 3, we ended up kind of dubbing it the site of death almost, because 90% of the time, the teams would take, on attack, would take so much time to just try to clear out the top floor, and by the time they need to actually commence the push, it's, well, last 20, if not 15 seconds, and by then, really, unless you execute your push perfectly, only then you can actually succeed in scoring a point for the attack on this site. So a good decision by Warriors. Certainly seems like they have at least some form of a plan behind it all, but I'm curious how will the top floor defense will really work out, as it seems quite an abundance of utility has been actually set up for that.
Captain Oz did pick off the Maverick onto the back, and this map has been a proving ground for a number of very, very impactful Buck players in this competition. I mean, you look at Archie, who made his debut in the OCN just this past week. Rehost already called. Unfortunately, it is what it is at the moment. We're just checking with the admins, but I mean, I don't see why it shouldn't go ahead, but I mean, we got to see a bit of a glimpse of what the setup was from the Warriors, Cthulhu. Anything, you know, in particular that you see standing out to you?
The biggest thing really is just the positioning up above, really, with some of those setups, including the Rooney Gates and the Jaeger ADS devices, or rather in front of the shield. So a very heavy reinforcement setup, which I actually do kind of dig, but it does leave not a whole lot of really utility for the actual site. So basically it's just both, or rather the defensive team of Warriors does bank a little bit more towards making sure that they have a successful top floor defense. But say a rush comes through directly onto the site, things might get a little bit more dicey, but with a Rooney being up top, some of the shotguns being still available up on the top floor, I still think that it could really, really work out for the defense. But again, it will be a rather dicey situation.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of the buck that came into play, we've seen a number of players, number of teams send that obviously down into car garage, get that vert to the solarium stairs. Do you think we see teams sort of prioritizing that position, allowing the push in through trophy?
Quite possibly. Look, I mean, we've seen players like Seppi from Kraken be pretty much a non-stop buck main when it came down to Chalet last season, where it will be the same opener, cut off the rotation in the trophy stairs, and then make sure you lock down from the bottom vertical, really, angle, any sort of play around the trophy, and from there on kind of start applying more pressure towards the actual site, say from the West Main stairs, from the Wine Cellar stairs, and kind of ramp up your approach from there on. Albeit it, again, still opens a lot of possibilities for some of the defenders to have the vertical angles from above. But again, it's more so kind of a bit of a game of chess, it feels, nowadays.
Unfortunately, the disconnect still being a bit of a problem at the moment. I mean, Cthulhu coming into this matchup, Chalet, do we see a bit of a return to form for this former Big Dogs roster? Because they were, I mean, to kick Stage 3 off, demons. They were quite scary, and they've had a number of standout performances. Do you reckon they can now reclaim that form with a slightly revitalized roster?
Absolutely, yeah. Look, the new Warriors roster ex Big Dogs. I'm not too even sure if we can even carry that whole legacy of Big Dogs, given that it's borderline a whole new roster that came in to OCL. I'm certainly quite happy so far with what we've been shown by Boff and co. It certainly feels like it's a much more fresher kind of setup, given that closer to the conclusion of Stage 3, it did start looking like it was becoming a little bit stale for some of the players. The tilt was settling in much quicker and whatnot. And with this kind of roster, it seems like it's just that new young talent being matched with already the veterans of OCL seems to be working out rather well in a similar kind of way how back in F5 days it was kind of Nasty and Face Cream being the kind of the level-headed voice of the roster, whereas the newer, the younger talent would be the one to actually initially perform but start burning out rather quickly.
I mean, look, you've been doing this for a wee while now, Cthulhu. I mean, you're looking, closing in on 5 years almost. A break at this point in the match. So you got the rehost, it's in round one. Do you reckon it's better or worse to have this sort of disruption at this point in the match?
I think it's worse, really, as it stands, for both teams, as a matter of fact. Well, on the side of attack, well, they get to kind of preemptively drone out, whilst they are recovering the player. We and them get to really discuss the whole setup, given that the drones probably spotted at least a chunk of that setup. On the side of the defense, look, it's a little bit unfortunate, given that, well, yeah, they would know about maybe a couple picks of the operators, but that is about it, which could jeopardize the initial plan of picking that kitchen dining site, which was supposed to initially catch the players off guard, but given that the new attacker repick does come about, things obviously could have been switched around much quicker and in a much more flexible manner. So I'm not too sure how badly impactful it would be in regards to the strats, but to the mental, to the pacing, to the momentum that probably they would try, all the players were trying to kind of hype themselves back up. It could be a little bit problematic, but nonetheless, we are back into the swing of things once again.
We're in Cthulhu, match one, round one, back in play. Kitchen dining, the site on the defense. We are going to see that vertical hold, as a lot of teams do opt to run. You want to keep control upstairs, deny that push in from the circular spheres, and obviously stall out that momentum as long as possible. But I mean, with the operators that we are seeing, do you reckon circular spheres can clean this up?
Yeah, certainly curious.
Oh no.
Oh boy. Really? Already a rehost?
One each! One each!
One each? Really?
Hello and welcome to ANZ Esports. It would not be ANZ Esports if there wasn't some sort of technical difficulties. It's just how the region works. Unfortunately, look, again...
I suppose we get all of our pauses out of the way just straight off the bat, so... Ah, well. It is what it is. Rather unfortunate turnout there, but...
At this
honestly,
point, do we just make a TDM lobby and see how it goes?
Yeah, just get those scores running instead of the actual comp match, but... look... It does give us maybe a little bit more time to dissect maybe teeny tiny small extra bits. Maybe theorycraft what would it be to run all DMR and sniper rifle setups, but oh man. One rehost is kind of bad, could be bad. Second rehost, yeah, that's a bit of a tilter. Not too sure what exactly has been happening on the technical side, given that the new season did introduce a few quite unfortunate bugs here and there, but honestly, I'm just keen to see what will be the end result still of this whole matchup, given that Chalet is one of those maps that it could go both ways, really. We could be seeing a very dominant play from Warriors and say conclude it all in, say, 7-2, 7-3, or we could be seeing exactly what happened to Circular Spheres in match number one, where they were dominated in the first half, 5-1, and then the moment they go into the defense, they would be the ones to reverse sweep Warriors. So, look, possibilities are certainly all there.
I have to say, though, the mood doesn't look as bad as you would expect, having had back-to-back rehosts. I could imagine frustration to be setting in. It's just no small amount of anger. But no, look, from the most part, it's just cool, calm, collected. They're trying to get things done. They're trying to get things underway. And they're just taking their time. Checking Instagram, getting some memes flowing, morale up, all the rest of it.
Yeah, keep the morale up. That's probably the biggest thing, really. That is going to be kind of the idea slash the play here is just to keep up that pace, keep up the high hopes, maybe keep up just the high morale, get their memes rolling, and well, not a bad idea given just the sheer break that we given essentially. But look, it is what it is.
Hey, look, Cthulhu, you and I casted what for us is probably the fastest match of Siege we've ever had on Sunday. Maybe we're coming into the longest one. Who knows? We are just unfortunately waiting on these tech issues to resolve themselves. We're just waiting on confirmation from behind the scenes. Unfortunately, we don't make those calls. We might start the game, but we don't make the big brain calls. Yeah.
But
actually, I'm not allowed to. They took my HIS key off me. It is what it is.
Well, you didn't get the big red button with the S key
oh, no,
delivered
I did.
to you?
And then I got it taken off me.
Right.
For overusing it.
Yeah, look, I unfortunately mine one had the switches broken after I tried to spam it a little bit too hard, so unfortunately, yeah, those privileges were revoked for me as well rather quickly. But honestly, look, I'm gonna say it and ask you straight away for this one. Prediction-wise, who you backing on this one?
Oh, that's a hard one. Because, I mean, as much as I want to say the Warriors, they look very good. Last week, they had a couple shaky moments. I am a bit of an OG Exto fan, and seeing Geordie come back into comp, especially back in the OCL, I'm super excited for that. And Circular Spheres, I mean, they had a hell of a match last week and showed some real grit and determination in bringing things back. So, I mean, if I had to bare bones call it, I'm back in Circular Spheres. It's going to be a close one. I reckon it's going to be an incredibly close matchup, as it already has been, given we've had run rehost apiece. But, yeah, I reckon this one more than likely going to OT.
All right. Fair enough. See, yeah, on my end, I'm on the opposite side of this whole debate. I'm actually looking to back Warriors on the predictions here. Given the out of all of the matches, bar the Kraken one, they just looked at probably one of the most coordinated rosters, and probably the biggest surprise that I've seen, given that my initial expectation seeing Boff, King Grills, and then three, well, not to call them Rands, but three completely new people to the whole OCL setup, certainly introduced a few uncertainties and some few questions as to what could be done, what would happen to that roster, whether they will even perform, given that we were talking about the whole Big Dog's curse of sticking to just third place and not really moving either downwards or upwards. But with the whole refresh that came around, Kingrel still frags out like absolute demon. Boff actually came to terms with his kind of setup and his role, and the rest of the team kind of actually pulled up rather well and gelled really good on just the overall execution of the plan. So whilst yes, I do commend Sphere's resilience and being able to pull a comeback like you mentioned, it feels like having that very late activation only by the beginning of the first half feels a little bit too late, maybe.
Well, it's not too late. We've just had confirmation. We're about to head back in the game. Cthulhu, all the issues sorted for now. And going back into round one. We know this because we've seen it twice. It is kitchen dining defense. They are going vertical. They want to hold upstairs. New Zealand Warriors, they're looking to hold on.
Absolutely. We do get a glimpse as well at the operator picks as well. So Nomad is being introduced, Jackal is being brought on board. So a very heavy lean into locking down their flank, making sure nobody pushes them, whilst also applying that pressure with the Jackal scans, Jackal pings, that could really set off almost like a chain reaction event of just forcing each one of the players on the defense to start moving around.
Indeed. I mean, especially given a map like Chalet where that offsite presence can be so impactful in the later stages of a round. You send someone lurking down to the basement, you go for that late pinch through Fireplace, or even cheeky coming up West Main and then pushing in from behind and attacking lineup. I mean, there's a lot of damage that can be done.
Oh yeah, 100%. I am curious how will really New Zealand Warriors be able to really hold themselves on in the master bedroom, given just the sheer opening that they have created. It won't really generate a lot of safe ground for that fallback as well. Say somebody decides to hold their angles by the bedroom, but as it stands, it's a bit of a extended roam play almost, it feels, with Jordo kind of playing around the blue stairs. Only 2 players on up top, 1 player or maybe 2 players around the actual site, so it's quite a spread. Uh-oh.
Goof, he finds
Wait,
the
Goof is
first.
in.
He's
They're in.
through West Main. They've flooded the site aggressively, and we talked about this potential play. Culture finds Goof, and it does stop that plant from going down. Captain Oz with the angle behind the table is traded immediately as Bopped falls. All of a sudden, in the very aggressive fashion, first 40 seconds, we've been forced into a 3 versus 2. Japer tagged heavy from above. Culture watching from the master bedroom. The push in. Jordo clips the door frame, but not the player behind it. 3 versus 1. Culture spots the player too little, too late. The plant still hasn't gone down, Cthulhu, so there is a very real possibility this clutches up.
I mean, with still 2 minutes to go, it's going to be rather difficult for Culture to really clutch it up, given that he does have all the utility to really start up some vertical gameplay, but as it stands, no information about the planter, which means that the plant is safely gonna go down. And we're back to the standard 1v3 clutch up, and again, yeah, the worst fears of just flat out rushing directly onto site came to fruition here, Panda.
I mean, I didn't even see any indications that was the play that was coming all of a sudden. It was just 3 players in through West Main into Kitchen, and the site was theirs. They absolutely monstered everyone trying to get back in and deny the plant, and it's on Colt. You know, he's got 1 kill, but that might be all he gets in the round. And yeah, look at it, Crimstar locking down the Solarium stairs. The air jab was there. All the tools put into place immediately upon the execution.
Oh, man. Well, Circular Spheres, we were talking how they were a very defender-sided team that had a very much of a hiccup during the attack, where they managed to only grab a singular round win. Going into the round 1 of this map, actually looking like we might be seeing a much closer contention, if not a full-blown domination from Circular Spheres, albeit maybe a little bit too early of a call, but still though, that was a very decisive push that really caught Warriors off guard, and they fully acknowledge that that should not have been the case, and straight off the bat the introduction of Capcan to try to at least deal some sort of passive damage on the approach.
Well, I mean, it was a play reminiscent of, you know, Stage 2 Fury. Just smash, grab into the site, take it solidly, and don't leave anything remaining. The Warriors, they're going to double down. They're going to go for the reattempt here. But something needs to change, because that was just far too quick. And they immediately took out key defenders. I mean, Smoke was the first frag of the round, and that is your hard side anchor.
Absolutely, yeah. It was just a full-blown send that didn't really bring a whole lot of joy, really, for Warriors either, as they were fully expecting, you know, a top-down clear, very conventional play. Circular Spheres saw the opportunity and just sent it. They had all of the utility, they had the buck to quickly open up the window, so, I mean, why not? And with Jape already making, yet again, a very swift entry into the building without really wasting any time, so far so good for the attack of Circular Spheres. Oh!
Spotted player under the mezzanine. Jordo looking to get a little bit dangerous there. Chips away, but shots coming through the wall equalize the health in terms of damage dealt across both teams. Captain Oz looking to get aggressive. He falls. Cat caught out on the library balcony, but I don't think they know. They should be able to get the pickup, though.
Should be theoretically, albeit nobody is even remotely close. Japo looking to maybe try to pull a rotation, but oh, that EDD is going to be painful. Really, now leaving Japo with barely any HP. Yeah, it doesn't look like the pickup may actually happen, but no, actually Creamstar is going to be able to get that sorted. That does leave Japer all alone, so Jordo.
Oh, they know Jordo's there. Japer.
Oh, pre-fire? Maybe? Surely, because
Shots.
Jordo is in
Japer! He's taken out, but Crimstar gets the kill before the execute comes through. So somehow, Circular Spheres are going to avoid disaster twice.
Jeez. What a flick, though, from Jordo. That was actually quite clean. Crimstar, being the local medic, will be picking up his second teammate within a round. But
I don't know how Japer's still alive. Look at that blood trail.
Yeah, look, quite a fair bit.
Realistic shooter.
Yeah, look, it is what it is, though. But look, for now, a much better outcome, though, for Warriors. A much slower pace, meaning that they are very successfully draining that time forcing the attack to be a bit more thorough on their approach.
Buff on the flank coming at Fireplace Stairs. It's culture to find the follow-up. Japer finally finished off this flank. Is exactly what I was talking about earlier. Pinching in the later stages of a round on those off angles that attackers aren't necessarily expecting. Can definitely shut down the push, but culture hit with the white screen still in play for now. And Bop looking to get involved, but it's Crimstar finding his fourth of the map. Oz gets one as well, but it's Boff on the flank. Crimstar finally shut down in his Reign of Terror coming to an end with 30 seconds remaining. Cthulhu, it's still a player advantage for the Circular Spheres. 3v2, 2v2. Boff takes some big shots in the following gunfight, and he will go down himself. Geordie, you can't be standing next to the electrified wall. There's 14 seconds though, and Sean might be able to hold this one off. They haven't got it away into the site, and the toxic canisters are in play. This is absolutely disastrous. They've got to force the issue, and Goofed is going to have to tank the toxic canisters. The swing for one, but Geordie on the cover. How does Circular Spheres clutch that up?
Oh my goodness, down to the absolute wire. This whole play from Circular Spheres, they do manage to pretty much yoink away the round that was almost Warriors 1, but unfortunately due to that initial man disadvantage, just the trades did not go the way that they wanted. Quite unfortunate, but look, alas, a very great and very solid start, really, for Circular Spheres.
That round. the two rounds that we've seen, Cthulhu. Round one, a smash grab onto this site. Circular Spheres take control. They absolutely lock Warriors out. Round two, an absolute mess of gunfights across the map, with Circular Spheres still finding the player advantage, and the double push through the toxic canisters in the kitchen, and the trade comes through. They win the round in a dying moment, in a round they had absolutely no right to win. Warriors are going to be shook.
Absolutely. Warriors getting a little bit of a maybe a taste of their own medicine of what kind of punishment they handed out back in week number 1. Certainly feeling a little bit shocked. Yeah, is probably the best way to really describe this, how things been just transpiring for them. They haven't been really able to find a good response apart from just trying to trade out. They can't find those finishers early on before losing out on their players, and it does leave in the hands of players like Jordan, like Boff, like Shant and Culture to try to clutch it out whenever they actually can. But in reality, once again, no actual full-on roam, but I say that Boff, absolutely disgusting position, and something that couldn't be really predicted.
Not at all. I mean, the roaming mute downstairs and finding Crimstar as well, the lead killer for the Circular Spheres team. Japer having switched off the sledge, now running to think, wanting a little bit more survivability in the dying moments of this round, has now been given the opportunity and the job with Geordie to try and pinch out this downstairs roaming mute.
I do have to say, Circular Spheres so far has done a phenomenal job on the drone game, and nearly actually catching another one. Jordo does manage to get the revenge, but yet again, well, this time it's a bit of a reverse sweep. Before it was Circular Spheres winning out on trades, now it's actually Warriors kicking things up for themselves.
For a moment, I didn't think they'd seen Buff down there, but they did. Japer did anyway. Yeah.
That drone game was good.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that we're seeing more and more of in the OCL Challenge League, and with the changes to the attack repick, the drone play needs to be that much crisper at the start of the round, which means the secondary drone is that much more impactful, because you have to go hunting for information. You can't just wait, pick your drone up, and then go for gold, because that means you miss out on a prime opportunity to go for that attack repick. But Jordo, tucked into games, is going to find the pinch of his life. Culture as well tucked in, but it's shot from long range with the FMG9 to find one. Culture swings out, finds a second, but Geordie trying to answer back all on his lonesome. There is potential for that flank to come in from behind. There's so many angles he now has to worry about, and with the diffuser out on the balcony, Cthulhu, a 3-1 clutch with 50 seconds remaining is a daunting task.
Yeah, quite problematic as well, given this is the office and bedroom setup, which is extremely difficult to go in for a very safe plant. I say that nice, long, clean angle. Very well done so far for Warriors. Finally, they do get on board as well.
2-1. I mean, Kitchen not looking the greatest. Office looking a little bit more convincing. We now head to what is traditionally considered the primary site for most teams. Bar Gaming. This one is an interesting one. Again, plays a little bit around that vert control. If you can't maintain it, this site can quickly be, you know, one that spirals in favor of the attacking side. But, I mean, realistically, we've seen both teams show what they're capable of on attack and defense.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, curious how we'll... Now that we found...
Oh, okay. Yeah, accidentally randomed Azami. So, it is a team kill, as she is in quarantine currently, which that's not going to bode well for the Warriors.
Yeah, a little bit problematic of a turnout, which is looking to be a little bit curious to me. How will really Warriors be able to kind of play off from the get-go in a 4v5 situation? They have all the utility. The one person that they kind of missing is maybe something across the lines of kind of a roam play, but that just means that they have to hunker down just a little bit extra on the site and on some of those close by the site's positions. So I suppose we'll have to wait and see if that is actually going to pop through. Apart from that, look, Warriors have a good idea. It's just more so the execution that has been so far, unfortunately, lacking.
Shot almost copped it from Goof through the fireplace double. He's just going to get himself the hell out of dodge. Japer as well looking to get involved, almost finding some damage onto Boff. But this vertical setup, they've got the mirror in play, looking out towards mezzanine, which is a pretty terrifying prospect if you're on the attack on that study balcony. That could quickly become a dangerous position to hold.
Absolutely. Some long angles that could be held. Once again, have to mention a really thorough drone game by Circular Spheres, making sure that the issues that they had back in week number 1, where they had problems with the info gathering setup, with the info gathering utility, they are fixing that up right here, right now. Jordo, though, has the opportunity, big one as well, whilst at it, to have a huge opener, but right now already being droned out, about to be Pinson, and this could be getting rather problematic. Even just a single swing from Captain Oz could be the ender.
Shaper, the equalizer. They lose the thinker early once again, which is not what you want. Oz losing out to the DMR in the hands of Shant. These MK14 plays so far have been pretty spectacular. Crimstar now trying to answer back with that LMGE in hand. Can he spot the pixel of the head? That's all he really needs. But Shant holding on spots. Geordie jumping and can't finish him off, so we'll have to leave that to Jordo. With that MP5 and the OXG skin to boot, does get the kill. Goof looking for an angle. He does hit the head from long range with that F2 as well. That can be a pretty hard shot to hit.
Absolutely, and a very great return to form by Warriors. Shut down the whole setup, and straight off the bat, the moment they realized, hey, we lost the player on mezzanine, we already managed to get 3 kills, that's enough, go back to the site. Managing to keep that player advantage as well, whilst forcing the attackers to be a little bit even more thorough on the push, does make things looking to be a whole lot more promising for the defense of Warriors, but yet again, could be yoinked away like it was in round number 2.
And the biggest problem facing the Circular Spheres right now is that number game 3-2, which means the Warriors can just play for trades alone. The mirror window deep in stock, but foreboding forces them off the angle, but Boff caught from behind. That's no nitro cell whatsoever. Player pinching in from below. Goof shut down on the trade, and Shant absolutely beamed by Krim watching the cross. Circular Spheres, how are they pulling this out of the bag again and again?
Krim is just crispy with those angles. The call out as well coming in at the right time, able to keep him holding that angle at just the opportune moment. Certainly does put Circular Spheres out there on the map. We were talking again, I've highlighted it before, they are already managed to kind of showcase themselves, or rather have managed to showcase themselves as a defensive heavy team. Now going into this one, Chalet actually working out rather well going into tonight, and attacker side looking to be rather promising here. Circular Spheres now, kind of the main question being, what if this is their attack, how scary will the actual defense look from them? Because maybe at this point, actually, your prediction here could actually come to fruition, Panda.
Well, look, I as much as I want to say yes, that is what I want to happen. so that my prediction is good and I look like a genius.
That you would look like a genius.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the reality of the matter is we are going to see this be an attacker-sided affair, much in the same vein as Villa was defender-sided. I think once we see Warriors head onto the attack, that's when they start to kick off. I wouldn't be surprised if we see once again a 4-2, half trade.
Yeah, that could actually be a good shout. Time being, though, for Warriors, well, they only have 2 more rounds on the defense, and once again, it's a re-attempt of the Bar Gaming setup. Whilst it was good, unfortunately, just the final gunfights were kind of dropped there by Warriors. The guard was dropped, everything was dropped, really, and at the conclusion of it all, it did go down to just that solo gunplay. Goofed, look, unfortunately does lose his Twitch drone, but still has 1 more in his utility pouch, I guess you could call it. Who would really himself started on at least utility clear, given the fact that Jordy was back onto the cap can, it would be rather beneficial to have the Twitch clear out at least a fraction of that utility.
Jordo, he's playing a dangerous game around the openings onto the mezzanine, of course. He's thrown his back out a couple of times into the line of sight of the attacking team. Mirror window popped. EDD spotted the camera as well. Goofed opts not to shoot it out just yet. Wants to keep those tasers in play for just a little bit longer. I mean, look, Cthulhu, the big thing that surprised me so far, we have yet to see a Goya.
I mean, Goyle, with the way how Warriors been really playing it, doesn't really fit too well in the overall set of setups. But whilst, yes, you could shut things down here and there, but really, it makes more sense to bring in a smoke with the whole setup. Maybe even with the fact that Vector could be a powerful. Captain Oz has the angle, knows exactly where that cap can is, and that is a flawless shutdown. Again, mezzanine control now down. Now we get to watch Warriors to essentially defend from only just the side. They don't have reach anywhere else.
That was an insanely big brain play to smoke to cover the vert angles onto the window into library. They also bait out the Nitro cell from games as well. No longer in hand for Boff, which means they've got limited denial. Goofed rips the head off of Boff, who's playing deep in the site. Shont as well in danger. It's all starting to come apart here. Cthulhu's circular spheres ramping it up. More damage, more kills. It's down to Bopped coming up from blue. The window pop from Mud. I think they have every idea of where he is right now. Crim on the plant. Geordie just baits the angle, loses his life for it as he gets a bit too aggressive. Bopped finally on the board, but Crimstar above. Actually, no, sorry, Captain Oz playing the Jackal now. They've traded the operator between the two of them. But what a round. Circular spheres have gone from domination to domination.
Look, I'm going to admit, I'm surprised. Going into this matchup, the way how Day 1 really evolved, it certainly was looking rather dire for Spheres, feeling that they were being the only team that did go into the overtime. It certainly looked like they were still trying to sort things out, like maybe they would be the the kind of middle of the pack team. The way how they're performing so far against the Warriors especially, it's looking very promising, and I'm definitely happy that I'm being proven wrong, that it's not just the kind of defense side is their forte. No, they can really perform on the attack once it's kind of a comfortable map for them. It certainly didn't look like Villa was a comfortable map, so that really does make sense here.
Well, I mean, they do play almost oppositely. You got Villa very strategically intensive. There's a lot of spread that you need to worry about. Chalet, I mean, everything's so much more compact, so there's more frag play that comes into it, more contesting of angles. I mean, showing this diversity, Circular Spheres, a newcomer to this competition. In fact, the only 2 players on this roster to have played in the OCL previously, Geordie and Japer. I suppose Goof was here last year as well. So 3, technically 4 if you include Ornami, who's not playing tonight.
Curious what kind of outcome would it have been if Ornami was actually playing tonight and not one of the current players. But overall, I gotta give it to Circular Spheres. They are doing a solid job. Again, look, we could still stick to the whole storyline of 5-1 halves, given that, again, the attack has been just absolutely favored here, whereas on the side of defense, it's, at least for Warriors, it's been, unfortunately, just a lackluster performance and experience. So, say we go to the second half, as long as Warriors can push this to a 4-2 scoreline, this is still very workable. If it does come down to a 5-1, it's certainly looking like we could be seeing a rather pretty quickly to be an ending of a match.
We keep seeing Warriors defaulting back to these setups. Now they've won Office, so this is the site that they've found success on. It was a 3-1 by the end, so they were still getting kills. But I mean, do you reckon they could pull it off again? I mean, you already see these adaptations that Circular Spheres are making.
Yeah, it's kind of curious though that it is Circular Spheres that are making the adaptations rather than the Warriors, given that they were the ones to show us some good flexibility previously. Seems maybe the Chalet is just not their map, and well, already the first frag. Captain Oz, oh no! It took him a moment to realize that Jordo was the enemy. Oh, that's rather a bit unfortunate, but in saying that, well, trading out your Nomad for a roaming Aruni is not a bad thing per se, but look, Krim shooting his own teammate's hologram, a bit questionable, but regardless, Boff does manage to find an opening.
Look, in his defense, how many times have you and I been there, Cthulhu? Team damage is a factor in this game. And team kills
Shout out to Nuttery.
Yeah, team kills do happen. Hashtag Nuttery ANZ, #1 team killer in the region. Actually, it was Fury that was known for their team kill prowess, but right now it's the prowess of the Warriors coming through, living up to their name. A third frag in the round with only one being dropped. It's on to Japer and Crimstar to clutch this one up with 1:12 on the clock. Things coming out into that main lobby position. They know that there's someone there, so the pre-fire from Japer is going to be good. Boff falls down to the 3 versus 2. Crimstar upside down rappel onto Solarium window. He's looking for an angle, and Japer is about to join him. Culture, the Q's there, but he's 2 seconds off the mark. If he jumped a little bit earlier, would have been able to find a frag. Long range, one tap from Crimstar, and all of a sudden we're into the 2v2.
Well, that changes things quite substantially. With 40 seconds remaining, Circular Spheres had the opportunity to go in for the plays and for the swings, but Culture just wraps it all up. From the initial heartbreak of those trades to the one tap and then to a very prompt shutdown. Warriors do make this a 4-2 scoreline for themselves, although on the defense.
I mean, good night, sweet prince. That was a shot for the ages, through a toxic canister no less. But Cthulhu, the half switch comes into play. Circular Spheres now heading over to the defensive half. Just how likely do you think we are to see this traded out and go to overtime?
I'm actually gonna say that I might just reserve my judgment for the time being, because whilst...
Cop out.
No, hear me out on this one, because look, so far borderline my whole belief about Circular Spheres has been overturned around upside down, and the way how they've performed on the attack looked good. The way how they performed on the defense back in week 1 looked borderline perfect. Going into this, look, Warriors could really yoink away the whole momentum, but in the same kind of vein of things, Circular Spheres could just keep applying more pressure onto the throats of Warriors and call it, say, 7-3. Rather easily.
Well, round 7 underway. Cthulhu, we enter the second half and we go into the switch. And, well, look, advantage Circular Spheres. They've got 2 rounds up on their opponents. Goof just committing a lot of ammunition to try and clear up the drone play, but it's Japer, the one looking to get a bit cheeky here from the piano single. Spawn peek attempt. I don't think he's going to find much of anything. Culture is close by in that library window. Bar gaming defense as well, so it's about that vert control that Circular Spheres want to control.
Absolutely. Already some early pings coming about. That vertical angle is deadly. Culture claims that frag rather easily. I mean, it's borderline impossible to hit that small head, really, especially when it's a vertical and a upside down rappel. So works out like a charm, and that early advantage for Circular Spheres, well, rather, pardon me, not Circular Spheres, Warriors, certainly could be very much workable, but again, Crimstar could be caught off guard here.
The scan does go out. Krim! He just swings the door while Boff has a flash grenade in hand. Another one presenting itself. Jordo falls.
God.
And that early lead the Warriors established in the first round of their attacking half completely thrown in the bin.
Shocking turnaround by Crimstar, really pushing things in just the right way. He does want to contest with that thinker, but I think T5 versus the LMG maybe a little bit too much. Hello? Has the Yanaclone spotted the Oryx or nah? Doesn't look like it actually. What, that could be the biggest misdrawn for this match ever, really.
Oh dear. I mean, Crimstar, he's in a bit of a spot. I mean, this is a player that we largely know from the University League. This is the first or the most experience that he's had in a Tier 2 competition, the largest high-level competition. What was that headshot? Bopped was just executed. Oh no, we've lost the game feed for a moment. Cthulhu, you can't leave us hanging like that. We're back. It's going to be a team kill. And Krims denied the ace. Absolute criminal behavior.
Disgusting play and the misconduct just to deny the stats. Ay. But in saying that, 5th point, Panda. We're heading down to the train of a possible 7-2, 7-3 for Circular Spheres after a very rough beginning in week number 1.
For a warrior to enter Valhalla, he must die in combat. Dishonor on the Warriors, a team kill to deny an ace, no less. 5-2 the scoreline, Cthulhu, and we're already kicking this week off with a heater.
Oh man. Crimstar, look, we've kind of highlighted him previously in week 1 that he was one of the big playmakers.
It's in the name. Krim.
Yep. And look, yeah, he's been delivering. He's been delivering for his team rather solidly. Whilst the rest of the team still manages to keep up to a certain degree. I mean, well, the next closest set of frags is between Japer and Captain Oz sitting on 5 each. But regardless of that, I mean, the sheer audacity to just keep sitting in the most almost revealing positions and have then just the right timing to go in for the swing works out just so perfectly. And straight off the bat, an interesting change in the lineup for Warriors. I mean, you look at the adaptation, the introduction of Jordo's IQ, which feels more so kind of a attempt to just hunt down the pulse. And then obviously the heart breach for Shant, just bringing a little bit more of that normal kind of heart breaching, I suppose, with the thermite charges. On top of it, all the rest are being topped up with a triple operator frag grenade setup. That's a lot of boom.
Yeah, it's a lot of boom indeed. But player bottom of garage stairs. It looks to be goofed, trying to get aggressive onto the angle. Swings back, shots out, and the IQ completely nullified before he could even get a scan onto Captain Oz there. And that entire investment has been nullified.
Quite unfortunate, and beautiful thing, the way how Goof and Japer had it set up. If in case Goof does go down, it could have been an easy trade. I say that Bob does get the better of Crimstar, so that top fragger is no more. The rest of the team needs to start performing. 2 players off site, 2 players on site, and it's the Castle and Pulse, I believe, actually, sitting on site.
Indeed,
what would a Pulse with the M1014 do, especially with this long-range engagement?
The MT Jack special coming back into it. I mean, this is a team of young gunners looking to prove themselves in a competition. A new team coming into this year. And already they're making some big statements. And the pinch potential is absolutely huge. It's going to be the Prisma going in. Sorry, Gemini, not Prisma. Prisma's alibi. There's too many holograms in this game. But as we edge closer and closer to that final minute, Goof, the pre-fire gives away the game, but it's all smoke and mirrors.
Charge. It does discredit the charge, though, Panda. Shant needs to dedicate one more charge to the plant. And the play with the shotgun comes out, but does get traded out. It's still a player disadvantage. Warriors may just end up fumbling it.
Found 2 for the single loss of Oz. Exothermic going out, culture popping. The nano boost, they dropped Geordie, so it's a 2 versus 2. And the health advantage is there for the Warriors. The jiggle peak dancing around the angles, Cthulhu. The tension is absolutely palpable in what could be the round that secures match point for Circular Spheres. The pickup, Geordie, he's back in it. Deep smokes to cover. Frag grenades as well to follow up. One more nano boost and one in pocket. There's too many players. They spot him. They know that he's there, but shot. What a shot to kill Geordie. Japer looking for the spray, looking for the angle of the plant. Hasn't gone down yet. That's culture dead. It's 10 seconds remaining. The 1v1. Shot swings. Can he do it? No. There's no time. The shield is coming in clutch. Brune and Circular Spheres steal map point.
My goodness, we're just on a heist today, Panda. Absolutely stealing round after round. CS are just looking so damn confident. Whereas for Warriors, completely left in ruins. No chances left whatsoever. Each and every step ahead, despite the initial losses, despite losing Crimstar at the beginning. Don't care, didn't ask. Circular Spheres are ready to claim the victory here.
If Kraken can do it, so can we. Circular Spheres on map point here on Chalet.
Need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
And Warriors are in shambles here. And we head to the basement for the first time. Arguably the weakest site in this map.
Absolutely. Well, it would be rather a fitting way to wrap it all up on one of the more unconventional sites. We started with an unconventional pick of kitchen dining. We finish it all up with an unconventional pick for the defense, being the snowmobile garage and the whining. So, honestly, that's a bit of an ambitious opening as well from Captain Oz.
I mean, it's traditionally where the rotate goes. Why not make it a really big okay. Thank you, Sky, for that information. Circular Spheres. Look.
Alrighty then. Hey, yo.
I mean, look, I think this might be paying homage to their former name.
Yeah, look. Quite possibly. Quite possibly. Japer looking to find a cheeky spawn pick. Nearly actually finds a silhouette and the pre-fire does come about. He knows, he's a knower that there is a presence.
He's just going to
battle
swings.
He nearly manages to get the frag, but just one bullet away.
Japer opting to staunch up, unfortunately. It doesn't matter for the Warriors because Crimstar says, don't you worry, Chief. I've got this one in the bag. A 12th kill for him and a 3.0 KD right now, Cthulhu.
Sheesh. And there's still vertical presence up above. And there's still a roaming warden. And Crimstar is still alive. Look, it's a good day to be a fan of Circular Spheres and a supporter of that, because look, so far they have been absolutely performing, and I'm gonna be honest, I think I may have just been converted here.
My God, what a performance so far. 4 versus 4, no thinker in the remainder of the round, which means Warriors have to work with what they've got. And all of a sudden, you could see the call has been made. Circular Spheres, for the most part, hunkering down, 3 on site, and Goofed doing goof things. He's tucked in by that west main window. No!
Oh, no.
A freebie onto Boff. They had no idea that he was there. And Jordy says, you know what? If he can roam, so can I. A swing, a spray. He pulls back down Solarium. He wants none of it. Just a little bit too aggressive in the moment. The vertical angle is there. Boff doesn't want a bar of it. And Jordy, forced out of play, rotates back through the hatch, gets himself the hell out of dodge, but damage done.
Look at that as well. Shant is still outside the building. New Zealand Warriors just being completely outed from any sort of possibility. Goofed gets into potentially another gunfight in a little bit, and that could be yet another issue for Warriors to really deal with. Oh man.
That could have been
getting tense.
That could have been vile if he'd found another one. I mean, Goof was sitting in the dumbest spot you could possibly imagine, but we know for a fact that it is often the dumbest positions that work the best right now. Crimstar He's on that garage steps. He's looking to rotate down. Look at them. They call them calls made. Crim swings. One kill. Looking for more, but it's a frag grenade deep onto Oz. 2 players on the breach. A frag grenade and they find a second. Jordo goes 2 for 2, but Goof's there. Spots the kill. One more. And Circular Spheres do it. Goof spots him. The spray. Bopped is dead. Circular Spheres kick off week 2 with a win, upsetting the New Zealand Vodafone Warriors.
Jeez Louise, a 7-2 scoreline just like that. Circular Spheres making it work for themselves, this time in a much more dominating fashion.
You love these stories, Cthulhu. Brand new, qualifying at the beginning of the season, and they take out one of the top teams, or what was considered to be one of the top teams in the competition. They don't even look phased. Like, this looks like all in a day's work, but on top of that, a 7-2 victory.
My lord, just so clean and yet so controversial. The approach from Circular Spheres was, especially on the defense, but my goodness, how clean it ended up being. For Warriors, look, it's an unfortunate turnout. Maybe it's kind of more so a early factor of tilt. Maybe it's just one of those days that did not really work out, but all in all, Circular Spheres managed to make it work just very, very well. And on top of it all, behind the scenes, it was Crimstar kind of just sowing chaos left, right, and center, to the point where it was just the whole team inspired to do so.
I mean, that right there, matches just like that is one of the reasons I love being a Rainbow Six caster. Every now and then you just get the miracle game, the one that no one expects you to take, but you take it in absolute style. Circular Spheres, Orgless, mind you, unsigned at the moment. If you are looking, they do need someone to back them, and after a performance like that, I can only imagine the contracts are going to be, Orgs are going to be lining up.
Surely at this point, the Orgs will be keen to get them on board, especially given the fact that, look, finally that rust been shaken off. We not getting those overtime games for them anymore. It's no longer kind of a one-sided venture for them. They are proving that, look, being able to flex both the offense and the defense, especially on a map like Chalet that has been quite frequently played, it's a good sign for the team that finally started, solidifying themselves in this meta.
I mean, that is a statement and a half to be making, taking out what was at one point one of the best teams in the competition. You look at Stage 2 last year, formerly Big Dogs, now the New Zealand Warriors, were a absolute force to be reckoned with. Now coming into this year, they look good starting things off, and then they come up against Circular Spheres, who take the... I mean, this is like Big Dogs versus Fury on Bank last year. They go and absolutely demolish Fury, but this time they are the ones to cop it. I mean, what more could you ask for to kick the night off?
I think that's probably the best kind of dish that we could have been served at the beginning of the broadcast, honestly, Panda. Despite some of the initial shortcomings with all the technical difficulties and rehosts and whatnot, this, worked out really, really well for Circular Spheres. They managed to keep on capitalizing on their own momentum. They managed to find some very quirky plays, I'll say that. That is something that maybe on the regular won't be able to be repeated, especially rushes like they've conducted in the first round. But I'll say that, look, they're certainly looking quite dominant, at least on Chalet.
Well, let's have a chat with one of the Circular Spheres. Japer, going to be jumping on in for an interview. My God, what a match, my friend. Japer, look, you played the 16-20 Kings last year. You come in with this new roster qualifying. Coming into this week, you're taking on former Big Dogs, now the New Zealand Warriors. What were the expectations coming into this matchup?
Well, we were expecting to win. I think, just off, we were confident we were going to win, just simple as that. It was a fun game. We had a lot of fun. You can probably see from some of our rounds a bit, unconventional comp style of play. Well, not really comp style at all, you could say. So, but yeah, we had good fun. We knew we were going to win, and we did win. So, yeah.
Was comparative to what you guys ended up having during week 1 to compare to this week, was it more so you guys finally kind of got past the jitters, plus it's a bit more of a comfortable map for you, or was it just something completely different and maybe it's just the other team that kind of caught you off guard?
I'd say it was more on the other team, or last week, it was more the other team, having strats we weren't really prepared for. because we're just sort of like, you know, a group of like mates who just like, you know, we're just having some fun. Obviously we want to win and like we're trying to win. But I think it was, yeah, like Warriors this week had some more like sort of default sort of setups, which we're much more accustomed to pushing. So I think that was the reason why it was a bit more of a dominant game this week.
And, you know, look, there was a moment of absolute heartbreak in that match. Crimstar denied the A-Spire team kill. And speaking of Crimstar, what a performance he had this week. What was, you know, what was going through that? Was it you guys feeding him that information? Or was that a solo effort? Was that him just stepping up for the team?
It was definitely a solo effort. He just really stepped up today. I guess it was just nerves last week or whatever, putting him off. But he's a good player, like, as I know. And yeah, it's not really surprising to see him put up those sort of numbers.
Well, look, Japer, you guys have made a real statement in week 2. We look forward to seeing you again next week, of course. But before we let you head off, is there anyone you would like to shout out?
Just shout out to all the fans and all the support in the Twitch chat. You're always there every week, and we really appreciate that. You know, hopefully we'll put on a good show next week and keep up the wins.
Well,
That's all I've got to say.
Cthulhu, what an absolute pleasure. Japer, we'll let you head off and celebrate an absolutely astonishing victory. We turn our head to the rest of the evening, of course. Cthulhu, we've got 3 more matches to be played, but the bar has been set so incredibly high. Do we match it? Do we get something other than, you know, what we've had already in terms of it? Do we get one of the new ones, do you reckon?
Look, I'm definitely looking forward to the rest of the matchups, because if this is the kind of game that we were expecting to be a little bit more kind of almost like a by default kind of play, very much by the book, but look, Dynasty versus LFWO, AZ versus K16, the Kraken versus Antic, a few very cool storylines that could be slowly but surely forming up, and I'm actually kind of keen to see, especially after what was a very unfortunate round for Dynasty, what could they do against LFWO and what could be the end result for that.
Well, with match 1 done and Circular Spheres locking themselves in top of the table for now, with 3 matches to go, we are going to be heading to a break. When we come back, like you said, we head into a rather interesting matchup, of course, that being Dynasty taking on LFWO. Can both teams bounce back after week 1? We'll have to find out after the break. We'll see you soon.
30-second romance. What else were you assuming? She's out of touch, so rough, ahead of the game. It's not enough for her to leave every flame. She's out of touch, so rough and so out of date. You know that lady, she's playing ice cold. She's playing ice cold.
I've been waiting for you to come through, for all of your promises to be true. It's heartbreaking, and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. You know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide. There's a river near the ride.
Like thieves in the night, Circular Spheres pull off the heist of the season. But right now, Cthulhu, we turn our attention to the second match of the evening. Things are going to die down just a little bit as we head into our second match, being Dynasty taking on LFWO. And look, I'm going to be honest, I think it's going to be hard to match the level of play, the level of hype that we saw from map 1.
Absolutely, but look, yeah, from initially kind of two teams that looked quite dominant at the beginning of week number 1, we are going to the two teams that need to make that return to the play. It is going to be Dynasty versus LFWO, the two teams that unfortunately for themselves copped a loss. Though for LFWO, they do have one more point, so theoretically, a bare minimum is at least to get the overtime. But Dynasty bringing back Leb and Drex already for week number 2 on top of Spruce, so all the OCN oldies are coming back in, whereas LFWO, look, it's the team of, well, one could really call them outcasts to a certain degree, but in reality they were still a rather strong team back in week number 1. Unfortunately, just
A
came
rare
short of winning.
smile from Drex. That is not something you see every day.
There it is.
And it makes me think that the vibes are flowing, the mood is good.
Oh my God, Spruce.
My God. OG Spruce back at it again. He's got the high vis on, everything. He even looks like he's wearing earmuffs.
Yeesh, he's got the tradie vibes going in hard for him. Got the stash, got the looks, got even almost what looks like, or at least look like her curly hair. But yeah, we're back. We're back to seeing Spruce on our screens now as a player. Before was a coach, and prior to that, back in the Pro League days, was back again the player, the absolute maestro, just ninja, what it felt like. But so moving on to the LFWO, look, Mackenzie and Co, the team that has been assembled, going into all of this kind of, well, part of one of those kind of team rebuilds, I suppose you could call it. And look, they started strong. Their defense was looking good. 5-1 was the conclusion of the first half. Unfortunately, from there on out, their attack on Clubhouse was rather a bit unfortunate. But as it stands, the whole roster looked pretty well organized as all things stood.
A bit of an amalgamation from LFWO members formerly of Altered Zelios Warriors, cracking even with drifts there on your screen. I mean, this is a mishmash, both sides. I mean, you've got on the side of Dynasty, you've got Leb, formerly of Rhythm, Spruce, formerly of Bliss, and beyond, of course. Drex, formerly of Rhythm, Shoots, formerly with Exto. This is going to be a great match as well. I can already tell that one to be true. But seeing Leb and Drex back in play, I mean, two of the standout players for Rhythm last year for Cthulhu. That's not what really matters right now. What really matters is our map veto, where we are going to be playing match 2. We had Chalet to kick the night off. Map 2 of the day. We're going new. It's Skyscraper.
Exciting times, Panda. Skyscraper being the first introduction, at least within OCL. We'll be seeing its first bit of action, really, tonight. And I'm actually quite excited and happy that it is going to be LFWO versus Dynasty, two teams that will get to go into this absolute fresh new gauntlet, and only one team will get to come out successfully. Obviously, on the side of, well, Dynasty, you have kind of Spruce, who did do quite a decent job back at Bliss as a coach, so having that analytical mind would be great, albeit I would imagine that majority of that time has been taken up with just maintaining the stash plus, you know, the tradie lifestyle.
But I mean, Cthulhu, it came down to the final ban. It was either Villa or Skyscraper, and Dynasty were not wanting to go back. They go to what's fresh. They go to what's new. This is new for us. We haven't had the chance to cast Skyscraper as a duo yet either, so I'm excited.
Yeah, look, it's definitely going to be quite fun. I'll certainly agree to that, but it will be a bit of a confusion fiesta, I would say, for both of the rosters, I would imagine. Or at least, well, maybe for LFWO, given that they're a team that would probably prefer to play on a much more conventional set of maps, whereas for Dynasty, they're a team that have seen quite a fair bit of competitive play, at least the majority part of that roster. And well, Skyscraper should be a little bit more of a familiar time for them, but look, I'm keen, I'm excited.
Well, I mean, look, we haven't seen too much of it in competitive play globally, but here we are, Cthulhu. We're going to be kicking things off with a bit of Skyscraper in our second match of the evening. And, I mean, look, we are going to see this meta develop around a map like this, and we are going to start to see, you know, it kicks off with the operator bans.
Absolutely. Look, I'm expecting here something across the lines of maybe a Thatcher and a Jackal ban, given that Jackal here could be actually rather influential, with Skyscraper being very vertical heavy, but also still rather claustrophobic map. Jackal here will be borderline a god, but instead we do get a Flores ban, which also does make sense to quite a fair bit of degree, albeit not probably as impactful as one would be, say, on something like a Villa, but, well, Thatcher and Flores instead are the ones to be banned out. So Roam Clear is going to be in full swing.
Look, you just don't know it, Cthulhu. You just... It's that color caster brain. Switched on, ready to go. Valkyrie, the follow-up. So far, we are operator for operator, same as map 1. I don't think we're going to see a Frost ban, so I think we go in a new direction here. I would imagine something like a Mirror, potentially. Something... I don't know. Honestly, there's just infinite possibilities right now with the way that the operator pool is.
Yeah, I'm swinging towards maybe a Mirror, maybe... yep, there we go. I was about to say maybe an Echo, given that Echo here could actually do quite a lot of very scary things, given that you can hide the Echo drone on a few of the beams up on the ceiling of the Skyscraper. So with him still being in the play, look, we could possibly see one of the players try to hide the Yokai drones if those do come to fruition. But actually, as a matter of fact, none of that is going to be coming about. LFWO do get to start things off on the defense, and interestingly enough, Castle is being introduced straight off the bat for a barbecue kitchen. A site that, per se, it requires some presence upstairs, because obviously, in the dining part of the area, you can't really have that vertical gameplay going. So it's going to be very much of a one-dimensional push if things do end up going that direction. At least I believe you can't really destroy the floor up above there. Kitchen, though, that's a whole different game, really. You have quite a fair bit of destructive floor. You can go for those vertical setups, and Geisha presence is going to be crucial here, I would say.
One would have to imagine. Now, unfortunately, I haven't had as much time to look into this map as I'd wanted to. I've been a bit sick the last couple of days, but I'm excited to be here. I'm keen to kick it off, Cthulhu. And right now, this kitchen barbecue defense is in. They're setting up a bit of a vertical extension. And in fact, they're looking to cover a decent amount of ground.
Absolutely. Quite a good set of rotations. And there we go. A very much of a hunker down setup for LFO defense. For, funnily enough, just only a solo hold for Mackenzie at a very big expansion towards the exhibition and the office room as well. So quite a heavy roam setup, which I could see be rather successful, but that does lean into the idea of having very much one-on-one gunfights, which could be rather problematic, especially wielding something like a UMP-45.
Well, Shoots is already in the lobby right now. He's pushed through towards the house side of things and looking to get upstairs, clear out some of that information gathering and take some control towards Dragon. Right now, he's going to pull off, doesn't want to commit too heavily just yet, especially knowing that there is probably some off-site presence looking to meet them soon.
Interesting to see that it is kind of a bit of a parallel clear by Dynasty. They are looking to try to apply evenly the pressure both on the ground floor and on the second floor. Drex, the person that we kind of highlighted in the first week, had to really start popping off for his team to actually find those openers and find a good momentum swing off the back of that. Looking to play slightly, well, actually, pardon me, same role. It's Sledge to be in the play, but already early damage onto Nick and Mackenzie out of the equation does signal for Dynasty being a little bit more prepared on this map.
Sorry, position up around Shrine, knows that there's probably someone towards T, and in fact, it looks like we might even see a push to the hallway, but Spruce is on the job.
Alrighty.
They've moved in, they've cleared it out, and absolutely slamming Nick there. Saro finds one before Kenzie answers back onto Shoots. Kinsey tucked in towards the bar. Downstairs might find an angle through the opening in the roof, but not to be. Frag grenade in. Refs just skirting away from danger, but he's too deep into Geisha and it's all over in a moment. Dynasty. I mean, this rotation in for Leb is looking lethal.
Well, certainly. Look, I had an inkling going into this kind of matchup, thinking that Dynasty would be the ones to thrive on this kind of map, given that, yeah, look, LFO did see some very wild plays and quite a fair few of the players like Driftzone, at least in week 1, like Tesla before, like Mackenzie, but as it stands, it's still a little bit of a shaky ground. Dynasty, though, they know exactly where to play, where to push, and how to really work it out. Albeit, look, with Skyscraper finally seeing its first appearance in OCL, I am leaning towards also the idea that not a whole lot of teams have fully gotten to really prep it, meaning we could be possibly leading into those quote-unquote ranked strats, which would be rather problematic to deal with, especially against a team like Dynasty, who I would imagine spend quite a substantial amount of time grinding the ranked games and whatnot. So it's, I suppose, for tonight, the main kind of takeaway, at least for LFO, would be just method of trial and error.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if it's one of those cases where we're seeing it now, we may not see it again for a wee while after this. It was a case of, you know, the devil that's already punished you, which being Villa, and the new other map, which was the only one remaining, being Skyscraper, take it to a map where, yeah, that ranked experience can sort of shine through it. I mean, Dynasty, they take a very convincing first round. Unfortunately, shoots dives, but hey, look, 1 death for 5 is pretty decent.
Absolutely. I do also want to point out that pushing and attacking, well, Skyscraper in general can be a very frustrating and a very tenuous task. So seeing how Dynasty did this with ease, with LFO being just way too aggressive on their defense, it shows that a fair bit of preparation has been gone into it. Plus maybe the warm-up and those initial jitters finally kind of settling in. So possibility of just the full confidence swing to come about could be big. I mean, we've heard it from Japer as well. They approached their matchup against Warriors just with full confidence, and it seems like that could be the play, albeit only a down. How is Tesla alive?
Comedy of error moment right there. I don't, poor Tesla. Had the opportunity presented, but he gets shoots as well. I mean, he wasn't expecting to drop through the hatch. He should be able to find the follow-up, but he's tucked in away. This is a very sneaky game that he's playing right now, and he's found 1 and a bit kills from it.
Absolutely no finisher from down below, which could have been actually the play. The floor is indeed destructible there, I believe. Would have been a huge upset, but in saying that, being able to pick up Cyro and get the trade onto Kinsey is a huge opener, given that it's only Cyro that is low on HP.
The shot onto the air jab may have given away Tesla's game right now, but for the moment doesn't seem like it. It looked like there was potentially a bit of a rotate back, but the jump out onto the balcony, yeah. The player rotating in from behind. Drex was on the job, on the hunt. They knew that there was a very real possibility of that flank coming into play. And well, Dynasty, they shut it down cleanly.
Clean deal so far for V3 with 55 seconds to go. Look, it's still a bit of a spread kind of venture for a lot of those players. The presence in the Geisha will be rather crucial, but again, it could be cleared out rather quickly, given that the ace charge is starting to pop off. The frag grenades are direct impacting Driftzone as well, forcing me off that position. And you look at the positioning of the rest of the defenders, very open, not a lot of safe ground to really cover.
Things are definitely getting a bit spicy here. Spruce looking to jump on into Geisha, wants to get some of that vert control underway, drop the hatch even potentially and look for that plant. There is enough of a spread. The defenders could miss out on denying it in the bathroom. It's a bit of a fiesta. Pistol out. Nick gets himself the hell out of dodge. With 10 seconds remaining, Dynasty have to force it. Drifts, obliterates Spruce, but there's a follow-up. They absolutely dumpster Dynasty, but Drex, can he do anything? Needs to find 2, doesn't really have the time. He spots 1, but it's not enough. LFO able to equalize in the second.
Bit of a confused turnout, really, for Dynasty. Even just the, look, initially they started off things well. They managed to get some early frags going for themselves, some good, solid damage. But the moment it came down to just collapsing onto the site, yeah, look, they didn't check the corners. They tried to just full-on YOLO rush. from there on, it was pretty much the rather swift conclusion in favor of LFO. So good. Look, early evening out the rounds does signal for potentially a close contention between the two rosters, and it would be actually quite a funny storyline to form if, by say the conclusion of the first half of the stage, LFO would be the only team to just keep on pushing and pushing to overtimes rather than wrapping up the matches cleanly, whether it's a loss or a win.
Oh, Mackenzie.
Ay.
I think he caught all but 2 of those pellets from that slug. Shell, rather. But, I mean, no Thunderbird in play. That is just a free kill waiting to happen. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. You just carry on and keep moving.
10 seconds to go.
Absolutely. The only way to really go about this,
5 seconds to insertion.
have to see what kind of difference will be introduced here. Not a whole lot of change in the roster bar the introduction of Finka for Drex rather than the Sledge. So slightly more DACA with no soft breaching utility and still having the frag grenades and being able to reheal. So that, suppose that the ability to negate, say, a down or just that initial misfire on a gunfight could actually do the right job, but actually a good way to find that opening. Spruce could be able to cut off quite a few of the rotations here at the office.
Karaoke tea room bomb site, so they've gone vertical rather than horizontal. So it seems that Dynasty, their main game plan is to clear things out east to west, get themselves into that site and look to make a play happen. This mute jammer, though, is proving to be a bit of a nuisance.
100%. Time being, Dynasty does decide to just pace themselves down a little bit more, as it looks like they might be trying to go into force through the exhibition room, really, and go forth and go further. But as it stands, Cyro is the one to actually go in for the entry. It's not Drex that is doing that, but he is supporting with those Finka boosts. So having that extra, 20 HP to boast in the gunfight does certainly make things much more bearable, and already Spruce does get the better of Nick, so it's already a good opener. But with half a round remaining, is there enough time to actually go in for the push onto the site?
It's interesting seeing these veteran players, Drax, Leb, and Spruce coming in. They're taking the backseat roles. They're leaving those heavy frag positions up to Shoots and Cyro right now. And I suppose it shows that the experience that they have is more valuable in the back lines, being these young gunners step up and find the kills. Trying to clear out this mute jammer going into the final minute. They want to get their drones in just that little bit deeper for the info game. And, I mean, that could be costly.
Absolutely. Now, another thing to really worth mention, the sheer abundance of those hidey holes and hidden angles that needs to be contested. Cyro just very frantically checking each and every nook and cranny, realizing how dangerous things could get. And with the open wall now in the tea room, well, it's a bit of an expanded array of angles to really hold and try to contest for the offense of Dynasty. So LFO could really find themselves sitting pretty here and just drain the time from the long-range engagements, albeit the optics don't provide that. I say that, Kinsey. Kinsey goes, could he go for the second? No, that's not the case. Cyro is the one to drain the health pool.
Big shots coming in, heading to the final 15. It's a 4 versus 3. Kinsey falls to Spruce. He just keeps finding these magical angles. Led by Tesla. It's down to Drifts. He's looking to do some damage. With 6 seconds remaining, all he has to do is try and deny that plant. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it. Spruce, NT, behind the half wall, is going to get the plant down. Player spots him. And Drifts now stuck in Geisha at the post. Drex shuts it down. Dynasty looking to establish themselves here in the first half on Sky.
Bit of a slower approach.
Look at it.
Look
at that
having good
face.
fun. Yeah. It's always a good day when we get to see just Spruce absolutely theming it up and, you know, being himself, his usual kind of all lovable, well, almost, I nearly said the old lovable clown, but no, not yet. Not yet. The villain arc hasn't started for that man just yet, but look, Dynasty definitely managed to scrape their round into their favor rather well, despite the initially very slow beginning to their approach.
Need to locate and defuse bombs.
Well, we've seen a 1-for-1 trade. Round 1 Dynasty take it. They then go back to the same site and win it. We're doing the same thing here on Karaoke and Tea Rooms, so we could potentially see that trend come into play just a little bit. But right now, I mean, everything is looking like Dynasty. That's the name that is taking the stand here on Skyscraper. Drex is 5-0-1. He didn't even die in that second round that they lost. It was on time, so he was still in play. I mean, from the thinker now to a lion, it would seem. So information is the key here.
Absolutely. Information on a map,
seconds remaining.
on a very claustrophobic and very close quarters combat map like Skyscraper, it will be extremely crucial to make sure that you keep up your drone economy,
Attackers are heading out to
and
defuse the
especially in the
bomb.
current meta, in the current ways of how important the drones will be, say even for the attacker repick, and to read into all of these setups, it is extremely important for the attack to be very mindful of their resources. Now, for the defense, though, things do seem to be a little bit tighter. You can't go for the repicks anymore. The moment you see some of the rosters, it is all solidified very firmly. But again, the more damage you do to the initial utility, the harder it gets for the attack to get sort of any sort of understanding of where the actual aggression could be coming from, and having to face check some of the locations, whilst it can still be very workable, but it's very much non-advisable.
Yeah, Skyscraper definitely feeling like a bit of a labyrinth at the moment. A lot of
It does
these
look like one as well.
There are some. I mean, there's very limited long-range angles on this map that aren't established without some sort of site editing or wall, hard breach or soft breach getting involved. So a lot of this is fought in the CQB situation, and it's about who can play in those very, very tense, very, very chaotic moments that will definitely determine who starts to really run away with things.
Curious how we are starting to see a little bit more adaptation from, say, players like Mackenzie. In the early rounds, he will be the one to actually swing that double door by the reception. The moment he hears any sort of ruckus nowadays, completely bails out. He kind of alluded that his position could be there, and then dips. Play for that and for the time is going to be absolutely crucial. It nearly worked out for LFO in the previous round. Unfortunately, just the frags didn't really... and on the mechanical side, it didn't really work out. But apart from that, look, so far so good. Dynasty keeping themselves rather strong, but so are
Bomb
LFO,
located by
despite the initial shortcoming.
I mean, Mackenzie, by the end of last year, had established himself as one of the most explosive players in the competition. He was just making these miracle plays left, right, and center with absolutely no right to do so. Kinsey kicks things off. Drex finally falling, and with the Finker down, it's not the kill you want to be losing to start things off. Going into the final 40, though, there's still a lot of hesitation.
Big as well reactivation of the Aruni gate. Mackenzie getting the better of Leb as well. Does signal that LFO finally managed to line up as exactly what they want to do. Drift Zone lands a phenomenal headshot as well. It does leave us in a 2v5 as LFO are all but pretty much locked in to get themselves their second point. And as it stands here, look, it did come down to those 1v1s, a very unexpected roam, and it's again signals for how just claustrophobic and how hidden Skyscraper can be.
10 seconds to go.
Shoots, it's just locked out in the shrine. Balcony almost obliterates Mackenzie, but hits the stairs in front of his face. It's on Cyro alone. 1v4 with a second remaining. Mackenzie finds him as well. LFO do it once again. Losing the sight, the initial play of it, and picks it up the second time around. Now we're looking to head somewhere else. Do we go back to barbecue, though?
Quite possibly. I mean, it worked out rather well for LFO whenever they managed to catch the actual drift of what could be the push from the Dynasty. That very quick, very rapid drop down pretty much funneled directly into that choke point that LFO were needing to watch it. Well, so we are. Barbecue and Kitchen is on the board. Not a whole lot of changes apart from the fact that, well, Mackenzie's back onto the alibi plays. Whereas on the side of Dynasty, Drex initially picking a Lion
Defenders, protect your
could
bomb.
be maybe a
By
signal
attackers.
for them trying to force that kind of roam clear to be in their favor, to at least, if the actual swing does come about from the defense, they would at least have some preemptive information on that.
Well, picking things off here in round number 5, 2-2, the score line. I mean, look, as you would expect for a map like this, which hasn't seen a whole lot of competitive play, you would anticipate that it was going to be chaotic, to say the least. But, I mean, it's, round 1, very solid start from Dynasty. Round 2, they stumble, they're hesitant, they don't want to commit to the push. Round 3, very solid, very aggressive. They take the front foot and take the bomb site. Round 4, again, the hesitation starts to come through. So, I mean,
Attackers must locate
what does Dynasty need to
the
do
bomb.
to stop that follow-up site play, you know, crippling them?
Oh, ultimately, it really did end up going down to those individual gunfights and those kind of almost trap-like setups from LFO's defenders. So, really, it's just, I think, more so just the adaptation and kind of assuming that pretty much each and every angle is going to be deadly. In a similar way how Cyro was doing it before. Oh, could this be the rush, though?
I mean, that's a decent distance to try and rush. They've got a lot of angles to then worry about, but you can see outside the delivery entrance, they are primed and ready. There's bodies galore there. Yeah, look, it may look that way, but I don't think it is going to be the case. I think that I think they've got the I think the call has been made. It's time to hit up the Geisha. They definitely want the vert before they attempt to go for a plant. Leb elsewhere over towards the karaoke side of things, very much playing a solo game.
Yeah, look, I mean, having that extra element of surprise and that element of chaos to apply pressure somewhere else rather than it being a one-dimensional push from Dynasty is a solid idea, albeit it very heavily relies on the idea that Dynasty would be able to actually play their cards right and not fumble the bag, as already Spruce uses up 2 of the Selma charges for the price of 1. Could we see, though, the early frags to go into the hands of Dynasty? Now, that is a whole different question, because if it does, it could be a rather big swing of momentum, but I say that Drift Zone already bails out of that position, leaving Geisha, albeit still in full ability to contest it.
Of course, Tesla's just tucked into a corner. He's just waiting, primed and ready. Wants to be able to flank it and pinch, but right now, yeah, Selma's used. In fact, it seems all of them, as Spruce goes down a long-range spray, they are going to be able to pick him up, and they still have those nano boosts in play, but this is already quite a heavy contention that Dynasty doesn't want to be dealing with. I still don't know where Leb is. He's off elsewhere, doing his own thing, trying to get in, but it's Mackenzie to kick things off. Shoots, falls. They find drifts, but it's answered back immediately. Tesla playing that tight little angle is able to get himself the kill at the answer back. Leb pushing over towards that second floor hallway down the black stairs. Might be able to find a pinch, but we're going into the final 30 here, Cthulhu. And
Bomb located
there's
by
a lot of
attackers.
positions that are still uncontested, untethered, but there we go. Drex for 1 before he goes down. It is effectively a 2 versus 1, given that Tesla is off-site well and truly. Cyro is in kitchen. They have control of barbecue as well. Sneaky plays. Mackenzie just looking to lurk himself through into that
15
barbecue
seconds left.
area. But he's rotated in. He's found an angle onto Leb. Can he deny that plant? No, he can't. Cyro gets it. Leb falls! Mackenzie for a triple in the round and a defuse to boot. Tesla, absolutely nowhere to be seen, but it didn't matter. Mackenzie, like I said, one of the most explosive players that last year, takes it on his own.
Attempt failed. Defenders win.
My goodness, Mackenzie. Finally coming to terms. Finally bringing back that explosive play style that he did have back in season, or rather stage 3 of 2021. Finally back into the swing of things, finally back into his own element, which is a good thing to witness. But yeah, look, round 5 could have been the big deal breaker. If Dynasty did set themselves up with that 3rd point, at least for them, kind of the pressure is off, especially on the attacking side. But again, I did mention this at the beginning, Skyscraper is extremely difficult to keep up a consistency in the attack. With the sheer amounts of angles, nooks and crannies that you have to check, the sheer abundance of those almost rat play possibilities, LFO being given the whole playground. So now that they've finally woken up, now that they've finally adjusted to the swing of things, unless Dynasty decides to pull out something completely unusual, say even a borderline a rush, or a very aggressive pressure onto a singular position, LFO should be in a rather okay position to get themselves that 4th point, conclude the defense in the 4-2, and then start their now uphill battle going into the attacking half as well.
Office and exhibition and play. Now we go to finally go to a 3rd site, Cthulhu. We're getting something a little bit different
Attacker's
here.
objective is to defuse a
But
bomb.
I mean, this is one that can be very dicey, of course. And already LFO vacating a large portion of the site. Are we going to see a vent run out attempt? That's bold. That is incredibly ambitious. Surely not. No, okay, we don't. There we go. Smart plays.
Well, they're still hanging around the area. The moment they're gonna see the traces of the bullets start flying about, we might be seeing some rather quick explosion, but no, it doesn't look like that is actually going to be the case. Still, a very spread out defense from LFO. Again, something that is looking to be quite a reoccurring matter. For the defense, it will have to be a rather expanded play, and they will, for the majority of it, have to play either in duos or solos against the full onslaught and just essentially try to slow down the push, slow down it more, and make sure to drain time as much as possible without really having too much of an expensive play in the health pool wise. And oh, Mackenzie, so close yet so far away.
And look, you can't win them all, champ. You can't have a perfect round every round. Bit of a whiff spray, missed opportunity there from Drum. Not to be as it stands. Shoots is going to be allowed to live for just a little bit longer in the round. There is, oh, Cyro, you had the opening and you just missed it. Shoots as well, almost loses his life on the reattempt. Drex finally going to equalize, finding a kill onto Nick. Things are definitely getting dicey. That shield being removed, establishing those angles, and Mackenzie, cheeky reposition, but Leb swings on through, takes him out of the equation, and an early player establishment puts Dynasty in the lead.
Good early play. That's a clean deal from Dynasty, forcing LF4 back to the site. No more of those roaming shenanigans. There is presence one on the VIP reception stairs. Spruce gets the better of Tesla. This is looking really bad for LF4 right now.
A bomb has been located.
Oh, Kinsey, playing a dangerous game, ducks himself down onto the house stairs, flashbang to follow. It's an interesting prospect seeing a Jaeger with a white screen, but you look at Dynasty and their positions, they're primed to explode onto the site right now. Kinsey spots the knee of one, but he absolutely gets dropped by Leb. It's onto Drifts on the site, this smoke anchor with the M590 and SMG 11, but it doesn't matter. Shoots as well, finally on the board, a 3-3 half.
Well, Dynasty looking rather solid. Concluding the first half in the 3-3 scoreline does manage to make things a whole lot more stable. Both teams do get to essentially start off a clean slate for both of them, as a matter of fact. No more of those advantages, disadvantages. No, we're back to even Steven here, albeit Dynasty now going onto the defensive side, and well, now it's more so the big question as to what will Dynasty really do. On the side of LF4, we're already seen they could do a few cool things on the attack, but when things went down on Clubhouse, it was kind of a bit of a fumble off the back. So possibly that story could repeat itself. If that is the case, Dynasty could finally find themselves back on the board with the points, but that is off the back of essentially Leb coming out of the, I believe he is listed as a sub, and Zethi being benched off the roster.
That was the initial presentation of the roster, and whether that's the case going ahead, who knows, honestly, at this stage.
I mean, I dig this Dynasty lineup.
I mean, it's just veteran power. These guys have spent, I know for a fact that
10 seconds left
Leb
before insertion.
was playing Six Masters, and when it became OCN, I'm 90% sure that Spruce was still playing, and then
Attackers are
Drex has
heading
come
out to
along
defuse
in
the
the
bomb.
last year. I not quite 100% of the timelines, but these guys have been playing with the big boys in ANZ for well over 12 months now. Whereas, unfortunately, LFO, they're a bit new to the scene, a little bit more relying on that mechanical skill rather than experience. I mean, they're still making Dynasty work for it.
Absolutely. Well, already with the action phase kicking things off, we do get to see how will LFO really perform on the attack, which could be a rather interesting venture. Leb playing on the Bandit could really introduce a bit of an element of surprise, really, on those stairs. The MP7 is a very deadly weapon. Funnily enough, it's him who did go to the expansion, but the only thing that got expanded is his body with all the sheer amount of lead that he just received. Tesla, hoping to keep up the openers, does spot the head, but doesn't register that it's the head of the alibi, and, well, allows Drex to just fall back scot-free.
They are playing this sort of duo roam. Like every single player that you see from Dynasty is at least in the line of sight of another one who can potentially look for a trade. The exception being Syro, is some of those members do fall back for now. But it's positions that within moments can be reinforced. Unfortunately, at the moment, they've lost a second in the round. The two former members of Rhythm out, and Tesla absolutely given the buzz cut by Shoots there. Steps out, finds the kill, brings the gap one closer.
Absolutely, already some
Oh
good
my God.
play. Kenzie clean on that headshot though. Gets rid of Syro. This does put Dynasty at an even heavier disadvantage. Unfortunately for them, they couldn't really find any big openers. 4v2 though. Workable to a certain degree with 57 seconds to go though. That's a lot of time to drain only by 2 people. And it could introduce a lot of problems and a lot of crossfires. But again, if Dynasty do adapt to similar ways of LFO of just playing around those very tight corners, they could still make it work.
I mean, Spruce has got a lot of work, a lot of responsibility in the remainder of this round. So does Shoots to an extent as well. But that hard anchor playing with the M590. Spruce wants to staunch up out onto the balcony. He's been spotted and absolutely obliterated. We've seen some ripper headshots in this round. Now it's on Shoots. It doesn't matter. LFO take a clean attack on the Karaoke Tea Room.
Oh well. Back into the trade of the rounds. Good job by LFO though. Managing to take a rather firm grasp on what they wanted to do, how they wanted to attack. And once again, the information game certainly came in clutch there for LFO. Going into that round, being able to initially outlib and slowly but surely hunt down Drex. And it's the same thing as it went down in the first half. The battle of those kind of pickoffs in 1-by-1 situation or 1vx. And something that not a whole lot of players can keep up with, and well, certainly at least on the defense so far for Dynasty has been a bit of a rough road, but again, only just the first round of the defense on Skyscraper.
I mean, I would not be surprised in the slightest if we keep seeing things just traded round for round, back and forth. And Dynasty, they upped into the same site with the same defensive operator lineup, so they must have some idea of what went wrong in that round, and they're making the adaptations as they go. But I mean, there were some absolute stunner headshots in that last one.
5 seconds left.
Absolutely, yeah, look. Kenzie's lineup was absolutely just phenomenal. Now, here's actually something that I'm actually quite curious how will that really work out. Tesla bringing out the OSA. Now, the OSA shields, given the sheer abundance of the windows as well on Skyscraper, could actually work out rather well. So, could be the big deal breaker, especially against something like bandit setups, but a single C4 could have been the conclusion of it all. We might not even get to see those shields to be actually coming out to into the full swing, but Tesla opts out of the aggressive option, but instead...
And then tanks a couple of zaps from the wall. Unfortunate, really.
It is what it is, but still does leave him with the majority of his points. So, as it stands, LFO taking this a little bit more slower and in hopes of finding some outside picks first.
Oh, Shoots. He might be baited under that window. There is a Claymore outside of it, and I don't think he knows. If he goes for the jump out attempt, he is going to lose his life assuredly. But the first minute burnt. Tesla, the only one to take any real damage right now. And things slow, they stall. Dynasty going to look to relocate back to the site.
So far, so good. Not losing any of the players early on in the engagements, but Dragon being opened up does signal that, well, a lot of cutoff rotations could have been done, but thankfully, by the time that opener did come about, the fullback has been rather successful already with a ballistic shield actually set up at the top. Dragon could be big to be utilized to the full extent, given just the sheer positional advantage and the high ground on top of it all. Could be rather beneficial. I say that though, we've seen plenty of swings, especially in drum, that didn't go the right particular way, but in comes the push though.
Oh, opportunity presents itself, but Drex just misses by an absolute hair. The stun's coming through. Syro hit with the white screen. Can he hold on? We've seen a number of very impressive headshots in that previous round. The aggressive push through. Syro has to tuck into the wall. just to keep himself alive. Tesla again playing a dangerous game alongside Drex. Pulls out the shield, wants to play it like a Monty, but he can't. 40 seconds remaining now, Cthulhu, and LFO may not have given themselves much room to work with.
Not at all, yeah. I am, though, surprised how Tesla's managed to survive what almost felt like
default cam
a
is
couple
up.
of the headshots. And yeah, default cams being up, this could be problematic again. Not a whole lot of time. LF4 may just fumble the bag, but I say that Shoots Dynasty is able to find the opener into Mackenzie, and Nick is down as well.
This is the mistakes that Dynasty were making on their attack, and all of a sudden it's LFO making the same. It's all come apart, and Dynasty, with a flourish and a flick, take the round in style. I mean, LFO might as well not have been there.
Not at all, yeah. LF4 just started off rather okay, but in a much more paced down play. Hope to find some early openers, and look, you can see it even on Spruce's face. It's just him being confused as to where did they play? Where was that push? Where was that time? What did they do? Question is, well, not a whole great deal. They managed to clear out a couple of the roamer and offside positions, but that is about it. No take of the balcony, by the way, which would have been rather big for the pressure and possibility to cut off a couple of rotations. No contention on the geisha, which would have opened yet another avenue. No pressure onto the kitchen stairs. Again, yet another angle to hold, which would have been, again, look, there's been plenty of roam as well, and LF4 kind of approached this in a bit more of a single-dimensional push. But again, I say that Skyscraper is a very claustrophobic map, but that goes both ways, and because it's such a claustrophobic and yet still boasting so many tucked-in angles, you could use and abuse that even on the attack.
So what you're saying is we should see the Sosag come in for Finka?
Yeah, go ahead.
The
Honestly.
Russian
5 seconds
shotgun?
Bust it out. Bust it out, honestly. It is a shame, though, that no longer the SASG is affected by the recoil buff, which did turn it back then into an absolute laser beam of death. But regardless, still, an LMG, though, in the hands of Kinsey could be rather deadly, as shown previously.
I mean, yeah, look, man's giving out haircuts for free right now, so I could only imagine that he's going to be looking to do much the same. Okay, Leb, wrong direction, complete wrong direction with that shield. Trying to set it up for Shoots to give him that geisha hold once again. They want to be able to deny that vertical pressure as much as they possibly can, deny the time, run the clock. But already you can see LFO looking to make those inroads.
Much quicker approach, much more ferocious entry, not really wasting too much time, fully learning. Hey, last round was a bit of a mistake. Time to redeem that. The spot comes around, and it's a very, very confident swing. Mackenzie gets the better of Leb. And that early frag, that certainly set up LF4 with a really good initial momentum.
Interesting that Leb is playing the alibi there. Not what I would have expected from him. And there we go. It's going to be a trade. Kinsey and Drex go down. Body shots versus the headshot. And I mean, it's still a lead for LF4, but they lose the Finker going into the later stages of the round, and that could be big. Shoot spots one on that geisha double. Might even look to get aggressive. Out through, hits the claymore, but too late. Spruce equalizes the player count 3-3 going to the second half of round 9.
All thanks to Spruce now, things are looking to be a little bit more stable. Mackenzie, though, making his ways very slowly, very patiently all the way to the side, could change things around rather rapidly, but it seems like with only a single person sitting actually on B side, that could be overwhelmed rather rapidly. Spruce needs that support very, very quickly, but the rotations might be coming about. Very aggressive swing, and Shoots actually gets the better of Mackenzie.
Absolutely staunching up into getting aggressive. Pings there, Cyro spots drifts, and it's all on Tesla, who can't do much to the veteran. Spruce, SMG 11 in hand. He's been doing it so long. There are very few situations where he was on a drone.
He was
and
even
he
on the
still
drone.
wins that.
Ay. LF, whoa. Just stuttering and stumbling all over the place. Rather just unfortunate, but look, it's... I gotta say, this iteration of Dynasty so far performing so much better than what we've seen in week 1.
I mean, they just took too long to get into the game week 1. Right here, right now, they're in the game. Yes, they are 5-4 right now. But in saying that, LFO have been absolutely taking it to them. They have been making Dynasty work. And Dynasty, I mean, they've just been taking it in stride.
Yeah, Dynasty taking it just kind of almost as they go, really. They have a good understanding of what
Bomb
needs to be done,
located
what
by
needs to be
attackers.
covered, where the setup needs to be
10 seconds
sorted.
left before insertion.
But yet, it kind of almost like improvisation
left before
versus
insertion.
kind of some sort of understanding is what coming into the play swing of things. Not really saying that L4 didn't come in prepared, but in the initial first few rounds, things were certainly looking rather dicey and kind of left almost up to a chance. So, with that said, 5-4 is certainly a very formidable scoreline for both teams to really boast. But again, at which point do we see the cracks finally start forming, and where do we see the actual fractures start coming through, where the teams will finally start running away with quite a heavy point advantage?
I mean, Dynasty 2 rounds away from closing things out here on Skyscraper, but LFO 1 round away from equalising, and already the pressure coming in through this house side of the site. Drex taking big damage, but so is Kinsey. The biggest downside obviously being that, well, Dynasty don't have the ability to stim back up. Interestingly enough, Leb with a pocket bulletproof camera right now is trying to cover the angle during delivery, but they seem to have snaked past, but Kinsey just no idea that is exactly where Leb was playing an unconventional position, translating to a massive kill in the round.
That is big right now, really, with having that initial opener and getting the better of Kinsey was big, but unfortunately with Leb
Attackers
dying,
dropped the diffuser.
that was rather unfortunate. Drex with a double, though!
Where
That's big.
has he pulled that out of the bag? No way. Was that?
No way, that was onside.
How did he ran out onto the players
Oh my
looking to
God.
breach open office? Of course, Drex did. 12-5, diffuser back in hand. It's Mackenzie's and Nick's now. They can't afford to fumble the bag here, and this elbow was spotted in exhibition, but Mackenzie wasn't quite aware of what he was looking at. And now he knows that there was a player there. Drex setting himself up in the office, trying to contest where possible. But with no hard breach in play, this is going to have to come down to a force through main doors.
We've seen Mackenzie pop off a couple times, really, so wouldn't be surprised if the man decides to absolutely frag out like a mad lad. But Sans Nick has got a very impactful position. Does he know? He does know about the position here. Another swing. No, somehow loses this. And it's a rather unfortunate 4v1, leaving all down to Mackenzie to try to clutch this out as he's about to just get his hands full here.
Buddy, that was not the play. He is well and truly isolated. They know exactly where he is, all the different angles that he's being contested from. And Cyro, one of the new players in the Oceanic Challenger League, finds the kill and map point for Dynasty. I mean, yes, it's a 6-4 scoreline, but Dynasty have looked hot today.
Absolutely. Looking very dominating, but funnily enough, in comes the pause, really, for the, what I'm assuming is LFO really trying to make sure that they figure something out. But yeah, you can see the look of concern on Tesla's face as well. Something needs to be changed, and changed rather rapidly, given that match point was just given away to Dynasty, and they only 1 point away from being pushed up on the leaderboard, whereas for LFO, they could be possibly left pretty much in the dust. No opportunities yet for the overtime for that to happen. That they need to win 2 rounds in a row, and that already still seems like a bit of a tall order, just given the sheer pacing and the sheer ferocity that was given basically to Dynasty. It was one of my big notes as well prior to this matchup, Panda, that the moment Drex and the rest of the team are being given that space to initially expand, that's it. There's no returning back. And the same goes here. We see Drex. Look at the scoreline. Man is already on 12-5. He gotten that space to play around. The rest of the team formed that space around them and managed to form themselves around them, keeping up with him as well. I mean, 8-7 frags for Leb and Spruce. Shoots on 5. Cyro on 6. So it's still a very, very stable turnout. Whereas on the side of LFO, Mackenzie's trying to push. We see Kinsey occasionally trying to do something as well. Tesla, again, attempting. but you look at the KD's ratios,
10 seconds remaining.
those are not looking particularly too hot, and that's sort of where kind of the problem seems to be
5
laying.
seconds
It's
left before
either the
insertion.
coordination or the mechanical skill that ends up betraying them in one round or the other.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse.
Exactly it. Well, this could be the final round of Skyscraper here in this matchup. At least we might have another one. Who knows? The possibilities are infinite. Although I think getting lower and lower, the deeper and deeper we get into this map, as people are getting to see what is possible here. Drex, over by Exhibition, might look to get aggressive on the window, spray throughout into the balcony. There was players nearby, but unfortunately none of them in position to cop any shots. But you could just see the encroaching attackers looking to pinch him out.
Only one round for Dynasty to completely close it all out. That's all that is needed. Interestingly enough, from LFO, we do see the adaptation of... Yeah, good try, buddy.
Calculated.
Calculated play, yeah, of course. Another swing.
Oh
He
my
actually
God.
gets the better of him and runs away scot-free. How is Drex being allowed to do that kind of thing is completely beyond me. But look, that is a swing of all the swings, it feels. And, well, he abandoned his position in a very opportune time as the actual creep in by LFO was starting to actually happen.
Well, Finka off the board again, unfortunately for LFO. So the battle becomes an uphill one for the remainder of the round. They're looking to set up the utility, try and deny some of the flank potential that has already been an absolute hindrance for them so far in this attacking half. But Dynasty, they can get Drex out of dodge, they can get him back into a more favourable position, and they can just bide their time as they've already wasted 90 seconds.
Well, the moment about to be rather chaotic for Syra, really. He's about to get his hands full, well, maybe more so his face full, as Mackenzie just absolutely destroys him, making it a 4v4. Minute and 10 to go. Drift Zone does take some initial damage, but still, at the moment, they could really take a very convincing position at the site.
This is what I'm looking to see. Leb on the rotate, playing
located
the
by
Oryx,
attackers.
so can circumvent a number of those deterrents. No air jab on the stairs for him to worry about, as he can jump up through a hatch. This could be an absolutely huge flank to jump up into the office, the pinch him from
no way.
behind. They'd have absolutely no idea. Mackenzie taking some big damage. Oh, Leb, he's played this huge. He finds the first. That's Mackenzie to fall. He's looking for the push. Tesla will get one back. And look at this. They have no clue. He finds 2. And Leb from the bench comes in for a 3. And a final for Drax to close it out. Dynasty, they've bounced back in week 2.
Oh my goodness. Lev, the super sub, is just going huge, and by the conclusion of that round, that's all that was needed. Bait and then switch from Dynasty. In regulation round win 7-4 is the conclusion of it all.
It's all a matter of rhythm, baby. And Dynasty, they've got a bit of it in the back pocket. They take it, and they take it handily. A 14-5 scoreline there for Drex to close it out. He is a frag demon. And a 7-4 victory to boot. Dynasty rocketing up the leaderboard.
Oh man. They rocketed the leaderboard and rocked it as well with that kind of performance on a map like Skyscraper as well. I gotta give it to them. That was a very, very solid performance. Not to discredit LFO, they done their best, they tried their best. Unfortunately, just things didn't align. Plus, it is one of those kind of new maps where not a whole lot of teams would have really came in prepared, at least fully to the full extent. So props to Dynasty. They managed to make it work, especially with a sub. But my God, how well did the sub work?
Mate, I mean, it's that experience shining through once again. I mean, you've got Leb, a history player in Oceanic Rainbow Six Siege. Spruce right there alongside him. Drex, not as much in terms of that antiquity when it comes to the region, but he's had that high-level experience. He has played against some of the best in our region and taken away wins. So, I mean, invaluable to have them as assets for this roster.
Absolutely, yeah, look. Just the experience finally shining through once that initial jitter, once that initial kind of confusion and, well, attempt to read finally settled down. Well, Dynasty decided to play their own game, and, well, play they did, and, oh, to the absolute perfection, especially close to the conclusion of the map. Skyscraper certainly was a very solid choice for them, it seems.
I mean, look, we're presented with the option of Villa or Skyscraper. They know that Villa is not the greatest map for them. They opt to pivot away from it onto a new map, and they pick up the win in our first Skyscraper of the stage. It's a statement. It's laying down the gauntlet for other teams to try and take them to it.
I mean, look, I wouldn't put it past that. Come say week 3, week 4, we might be seeing a few teams try to contest them on some of the more newly introduced maps like Border, maybe like Skyscraper, maybe Theme Park even to be thrown into the place. But yeah, I definitely have to say the more Dynasty kind of practices those, suppose you could call them off-meta maps, the better the situation looks for them, it seems.
Well, we are going to be welcoming a bit of a local legend into the interview booth with us right now. Spruce from Team Dynasty. They're coming in. Spruce, welcome to the interview booth. First of all, it's an absolute privilege to be able to talk to you right now, but what a win from you guys. Talk us through the Skyscraper pick.
Nice microphone, by the way.
One second.
Oh. Nope, still nada.
Look, we had 2 re-hosts in the first map. We're trying to get his audio sorted. But look, he's stoked. You can see it on his face. Absolutely stoked. Just wait.
Boomer things.
You get a copy for that one on Twitter afterwards. We're just waiting. It's a tech issue, unfortunately. Yeah, look, we did say one of the veterans of the scene. Technology, it's a bit of an untenable beast, but he's trying to get it sorted. Might have to pull out the reading glasses, get them on to try and deal with the tech issues. But I mean, look, he looked happy. He looked stoked.
Yeah, he looked stoked, but also I would imagine that slight maybe feeling of shock of how did that map even work out really for them is probably somewhere across the mind there for Team Dynasty, given just the sheer turnout, the way how we worked. Yeah, look, I definitely have to say I'm pleasantly surprised with how things really turned out, with what a banger of a match we actually got, and with what kind of performance we actually really received from both teams, actually. LFO, despite a loss, they had a few really solid, really creative ways to set themselves up, especially on the defense.
And we did get to see Mackenzie and, you know, that explosive play style that I was talking about, just pushing the limit of his play, finding some big kills, and Kinsey as well. I mean, you talk about headshot percentage and how impactful those kills were. I mean, he was given buzz cuts left, right, and center.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Kinsey actually did a really, really solid job. Unfortunately, just for him in the later stages of the match, just shut down far too early. Some of the maybe the kind of self-confidence things started falling through, but as it stands, really, it is looking like maybe comes week 3, we might be seeing the revival of the LFO's dream, given the fact that they still not, at least on the very bottom of the leaderboard. They still came out previously with the overtime point. Not the worst, not the best kind of situation, but again, one would hope that they would make a comeback comes week 3.
Look, there's still, you know, 5 odd weeks in the competitions. There is that chance for the miracle run. It really depends on how the rest of the teams in our competition do show up in the coming weeks. But, I mean, look, Cthulhu, we've had it, our first Skyscraper. What are your initial impressions?
I have to say that it's still a very fresh map. It's still one of those setups that will be extremely experimental, that not a whole lot of teams will really go on them, and I would imagine something like, well, what was it? CS and maybe Dynasty to repeat. Maybe they will go. The rest of the teams, I doubt, will really dabble too much in the Skyscraper, maybe until the playoffs will come. And as it stands, the map is still very much claustrophobic. I am expecting a lot of those very kind of hidden plays from the defense. Because on the side of offense, maybe a very frequent pick of, say, something like a DKB, something like a Jackal, something like a Lion. That whole painful combo could be one of the ways to really go for it if you're not particularly too familiar with the layout, or rather not familiar with the general meta for the setup.
And speaking of unfamiliar, Cthulhu, I got some bad news. Unfortunately, Spruce is technologically challenged. He can't get his audio working, so it means we're going to have to wait at least another week until we get the chance to talk to him again. But look, 2 matches down, 2 to go. We've seen some fresh maps in the pool. Do you reckon we get another of the new 3?
unlikely to a certain degree, but I would be pleasantly surprised if that is going to be the case. Look, apart from that, with our next matchups, I'm just keen to see some more explosive actions and some more comeback stories, really.
Well, we have continued to keep the freight train rolling. The hype is high and we're ready to go. But right now we go to a break before we head into our third match of the night. Kraken Esports Club taking on Antic R6 Cthulhu. And look, that is definitely going to be a spicy closer to the evening before we head into our last match, of course. When we come back after the break, match 3 just around the corner. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
Cut to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Believe that I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. I'm a boss. I'm that chick that you don't wanna mess with. I've taken knocks. That's what it costs to be strong and independent. I got that money on my mind and I'm ready to go. Don't need a man to be defined. Don't need you no more. I like the $100 bills, flaunt them round for show. I'm in the zone and I just hit a strike. Haters got me singing like. Haters got me singing like. Haters got me singing like. You a hater, you a hater, you a hater, hater, hater. Stay on my grind, I'm in my prime. I push myself right to my limit. Study my craft, so know the past. Don't hold me back, I've learned my lesson. I got that money on my mind and I'm ready to go. Don't need a man to be defined, don't need you no more. I like the $100 bills, flaunt them round for show. I'm in the zone and I just hit a strike. Haters got me singing like. 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 I got that money on my mind and I'm ready to go. Don't need a man to be defined, don't need you no more.
Two very exciting, very explosive matches played already. We go fresh and new with Chalet and Skyscraper. Cthulhu halfway done with the evening. We head into match 3. It's Kraken Esports taking on Antic R6. And I mean, Kraken, they came out and made a statement last week.
Absolutely. Yeah, look, Kraken in week number 1 certainly looked very dominating. They're a team that managed to dominate stage 3, had a very slight change in their roster, introducing Pluto and Elements, and from there on seemed to be extremely powerful. Now, though, for tonight, we do see Seppi reintroduced back into the roster. Now, Seppi was a very clean player on a fair few of his roles, whereas on the side of Antic, the previously known as F5, the roster is coming back to its roots, now reintroducing Face Scream as well. So it's borderline almost the same roster as it was before, minus River and Owen, but Face Scream was that kind of that very sound voice for Antic R6, and looking to possibly do that very same thing again here.
He's the dad of the roster almost. He brings that maturity. He keeps the team grounded in each round. Look at Tiltek. What an absolute star. Oh, look at him go.
Look at him go.
Posting his row videos on Twitter. He's absolutely killing at the gym. He's looking good. he really is. Apart from the hairdo. That one we won't touch at the moment. But, I mean, the rest of the team, Kraken looked sharp last week. They absolutely dominated Stage 3 last year, like you said. Honestly, it was kind of a shame that they were so new into the competition they didn't get a chance to push through Rellos in the finals.
Yeah, look, it would have been a very interesting turnout, say, if Kraken were able to make it into the OC and OCL promo Rellos. But look, they might just be able to get their chance going at the conclusion of Stage 1 if they do manage to make it as they're into the top 1 position. But look, I have to say, they were the team that were able to keep on pushing the boundaries. They were the team that managed to contest the big dogs in the BO3, lose Clubhouse just because of a lack of that preparation, and then win it out. Yes, Blue
What
Panther.
a woefully inappropriate word. Contested. Absolutely dumpstered them in maps 2 and 3. There was no contest. And there you go. The new man in the roster. We're back in the roster. Face Cream. One of the most handsome men in the competition, and a fellow Kiwi to boot, Cthulhu.
Absolutely.
He's an absolute lad. He's such a talented player as well. We got to see him pull out, magic on the defense last year. It's going to be interesting to see if he can pull it out now in 2022.
Yeah, name a more iconic duo, Face Cream and the
How many
MP5K.
keyboards does Owen have?
Keep Hoarder, telling you.
1, 2, 3, 6 keyboards, 3 mice, 4 mice.
We were roasting Jump Stream before. In the
Are
previous
those mouse
streams as well,
pads
that
by
he was
his
a
right?
keyboarder.
I think there was mouse pads there as well. And then you've got Nasty, he's got the fishing rod in the back. He's got his pre-workout there.
Yeah, mate.
Look,
give me some, catch me some fish. Get me some.
that's probably
some
what he
lunch.
was doing before he got into the match. Right now he's off, catching a couple of snapper. Good to go. Coming into the match. I got dinner sorted for afterwards. Let's get
Now it's
this
time to catch the
done.
win.
It's exactly it. And Cthulhu, I mean, look, coming into this competition, Second 5, they had an interesting Stage 3 last year. They were able to crack on into the playoffs. It wasn't the greatest of runs through the playoffs, but Kraken absolutely dominated it. And speaking of dominating, it's time for the Map Veto. Where will this domination be kicking things off? We've seen Skyscraper, we've seen Chalet. We go back to basics here with Clubhouse and Antic. They had the option of Border.
I would have actually been kind of keen for Border Run, but it seems like they looked at the turnout that happened between Dynasty and LFWO and decided, you know what, maybe not just yet would be the time for Border to come about. So banned it out. Clubhouse is upon us. Now, well, a map that has been overstratted through and through, and something that has been kind of played throughout just so many metas. And coming into tonight, look, Kraken managed to show us that they're a team that can flex a majority of the map pool. They were able to show us a phenomenal Chalet back in Season 3, phenomenal Clubhouse quite on a fair few occasions, albeit some hiccups did really seep through. Now going into this one, look, I mean, they were the only team that managed to close out Week 1 with a 7-2 scoreline against Altered Zelias. This time, it's a possibility to do so again, but now it's against, well, Antic.
Well, we're back to basics here, Cthulhu. It's Clubhouse, a staple in any competitive Siege team's roster and in their map pool, of course. So let's see what these teams can bring. Kraken kicking things off on the attack, Antic start on the defense, which is where we have seen Antic shine in the past.
Well, curious if we are going to be seeing any sort of veering off from the usual ban phase. Thatcher, maybe a Maverick, maybe a Flores to be banned out. Usually those two are the usual kind of contenders for the bench. Thatcher out of the equation, nothing too unusual or nothing too unexpected. So going into second ban, in comes the drum roll. Well, Maverick. Okay. Yeah, Maverick was actually, say, a season or two ago, he was the main person to actually be banned out just for the sheer fact how easy it was. He was making the entry into the actual building, especially, say, CCTV and Cash Hold. Pretty much whatever setups you're running, don't care at all. Quick Maverick, whole frag grenade in through, that's it. You're done and dusted. Cade out of the equation also does make sense, given that, well, usually whenever you ban out the Maverick, you would ban out Cade to make sure that, well, the life for the defenders is not particularly too easy either.
And a smoke ban to close things out, targeted at Pluto, I would imagine. A top tier anchor by any right, and a top tier smoke to boot. Interesting. So I would imagine we're likely to see Tachanka.
Chunka pick could actually work out here rather well. We did, I believe, see Kraken bring out the Chunka pick before. If Tiltek would have picked the Monty, that would have been a bit of a throwback. You alluded to that, I believe, week 1 as well. We're mentioning Tiltek's involvement with the big dogs and how he was just able to single-handedly be the catalyst for the pushes, yet kind of going almost fragless.
Oh, he was 100% fragless at that matchup, and the 2 rounds he played 2 rounds where he wasn't on shields on that chalet map. It was the first round of the map where he went for a spawn peek, died immediately, and the second to last round of the map where he also died immediately.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying that. Looking at the lineup, rather differing choice of operators. Wazoo trying to hide that drone just to make sure that that initial kind of utility dump won't be getting rid of either of those 2 yokai drones. It could be the big kind of piece of utility to actually swing things around. Without Thatcher on board, things will certainly going to be looking a little bit more dicey. But in saying that, Flores is back into the play. And Flores could actually do a great deal of utility disposal, say, as we go further down into the attacking half for the Kraken. But I say that 2 hard breaches in form of Hibana, well, no more Finker, and Face Scream starting things off rather well for the team.
Understandable. Back in the roster. Honestly, the amount of bullying Finker suffers in now OCL matches, I think she probably composes the majority of opening deaths we've had so far this stage.
Yeah, I think players, unfortunately, the only thing so far they can unite in is just in the coffin as it stands, and a rather unfortunate turnout. I say that though, Kraken still keep on going, still keep on pushing. They don't really want to stall out anytime soon, given really it could be a bit of a problem for them going further pushing and the man disadvantage. But I mean, already clearing out the top floor, almost finishing clearing out the ground floor, and still having just under 2 minutes, I'd say that's so far still a good time that they're completing everything in.
The vert already underway. Seppi making mincemeat of this floor, trying to get those vert angles, trying to flush out the defenders. Tiltek rotating across, starting these hatches, getting them open. Pluto has the exothermic, so we might see that moto drop into a church wall opening. But they've got so much utility left in hand.
Attackers have located a bomb.
See you on the other side.
Curious how will KRA really perform. No congestion in the dirt tunnel, meaning some certain problems ahead of times. No breach at all, but Elements does score the frag onto Nasty, so that is a good opener already. Impact Tricks comes in, but the damage is already being dealt very plentifully by Antic.
River with a ripper of a shot. Elements falls back to the 3 versus 3. What a shot onto Pluto. And that is your diffuser carrier down and your primary fragger down too. It's onto Seppi and Tiltek to try and make something happen right now. Crouching across River. What a shot onto Seppi, making it look like child's play.
My goodness. Well, Antic kicking things off rather well for themselves. A nice early start in their scoreline, certainly promising a lot of potential. On the side of Kraken, though, they started initially very slow, managing to find those early openers, but no ability to refragment. Well, Pluto was killed without any kind of repercussions. From there on, kind of the whole snowball effect started gathering really for Kraken, where they just fell one by one. Now, the curious thing, though, is the sheer rotation of the operators. The introduction of Twitch for Hunter, Seppi on the KB does look like, to me, that they are planning to, get a little bit more thorough with clearing out certain positions, not really allowing that early roam to get the better of them.
CCTV up next, and well, we see. I mean, it's not the most traditional setup, mostly because there's no smoke because he's been banned out. But on the whole, it is as you would expect. The Jaeger Wemite combo for that Rafters hold. You've got the plant denial in the form of the Tachanka and a Rooney, making things that much harder to get into the site and clear out some of this key utility.
10 seconds remaining.
So will the CCTV and cash
5 seconds
really will
left.
work out, given quite a heavy set of reinforcements really
Attackers must
being brought
locate
out
and defuse a bomb.
by Anti-Car 6. On the side of Kraken, though, Twitch drones should be just about enough to really deal with a plentiful amount of the utility. Mainly, they would want to get rid of just the sheer abundance of utility around the garage area, and certainly already the breach is being conducted. Means the KRA are looking to start the swings early.
Already, garage being opened up, your key lines of sight in play, and the exothermic as well onto the CCTV breach.
By attackers.
Means that there are so many avenues into this site that Antic have their work cut out for them in trying to deny any sort of significant play. Play down an oil pit, being face cream once again, looking to make some sort of flank possible. Has River in a bit of a crossfire up on the rafters. This could be a dangerous push for Kraken.
Absolutely. Well, it's all for now hinging on River, trying to hold on to his position. He's got quite a fair few of the magnet charges to really fall back onto, and there's still a few positions that he could really play around rather effectively. But I say that with Face Cream playing from the oil pit, it could be settling in with even more problems. Not a whole lot of presence though on the ground floor, which does open up a few possibilities for KRA, but again, they need to be very surgical already with half a round gone. Not a single frag found. This could be rather problematic. I say that Tiltek has the position.
He spots it. He's got the angle, looking for the top of the head. He does finally finish it. Owen falls as well to Elements. They're funneling up through rafters. Pluto's going to be spotted until Tick finished off by Face Cream. The drop, 2 kills, but at the cost of almost the remainder of his team. Wazoo dropped, and so is Nasty. The site is theirs, and Face Cream nowhere near. Elements and Seppi can regroup. Unfortunately, though, Diffuser still out on the rafters stairs. Face Cream down below is going to spot the angle onto one, but Elements crisp and clean. No deal. Gets the kill.
Well, quick turnaround from initial loss by KRA. Certainly looking to bring themselves back after a little bit of an initial hiccup. First round jitters certainly did settle in rather quickly. On the side of Antic though, look, I gotta give it to them, a good, valiant effort to defend, but unfortunately just things didn't really align, and just the sheer aggression and then the momentum that was brought in the second half of the round worked out rather plentifully. So going into the gym bedroom side, it is a little bit of a
Attackers need to
questionable
locate and
choice
defuse
given
bombs
that
in
Antic going onto their tertiary site, not particularly strongest choice, at least given their current situation. But I say that, look, they're certainly approaching this like they have a good idea as to what needs to be done, and certainly all the rotations being done. Oh, look, not the best time to tap Nasty, but still majority of health still remaining. I do have to say though, Kraken Hunter on the Iana kind of worked out rather well, and Elements came to his element rather quickly. Pun unintended there,
5 seconds remaining.
albeit very much slotted in quite well. Curious how will
Attackers
this
must locate
real
and
attack
defuse a bomb.
work out for Kraken, given that their attack so far has been a little bit of a 50-50.
Well, I mean, look, yes, there was early damage dealt. Unfortunate, but not the end of the world, and they still have the possibility to push deeper into the half, of course. Gym bedroom. So we are seeing a bit of a rotation. CCTV, they opt not to double down. They opt to transition and keep the ball rolling. But once again, Kraken not wasting any time. Already the information there. Seppi with a monster nade onto River. Where was that?
Bomb located by attackers.
Below from Bar. No, okay. That must have been from the hatch. Seppi's in! What is going on? No! How has Antic let this happen? Tiltec being dissuaded for now, but I mean, you lose your plant roll, you lose Nasty, you lose River. It's all coming apart. Looking for more. They shut it down in quick fashion. Round 3, done in record time.
Well,
No, Seppi was the only one who got onto the site.
I mean, that's all that was needed. Dislocate all of the players that were on site, and then, well, the rest comes undoing by themselves. The sheer chaotic nature of that round pretty much allowed Kraken to rather easily to take the point for themselves, leaving Antic in the dust. Albeit only one round differential does mean that there's still plenty of space for a comeback. But look, we highlighted previously, Kraken
Attackers need to
are a
locate
team
and
that
defuse bombs.
is contesting for that top 1 position. They're yet again proving that the moment they warm up, the moment they kind of sort things out and get the mechanical stuff going, they're all fine. Look, I mean, they're still a good bunch of friends, and you see them kind of conversing in between the rounds whenever we do get a glimpse on their cameras. It's all smiles across the board. They're all continuing that talk. It's all a very level-headed nature for them.
I need to correct you though, Cthulhu. I mean, you said they are looking to be a top tier team in this competition. No, they're looking to promote. That is their goal. You can already tell they are not messing around. They want that OCN spot going into stage 2.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Certainly is.
And are we seeing an SSG style roam? We are. In 2022.
An SSG roam in 2022? What is this? Look, I mean, it's still a viable approach, and with the way how Clubhouse did end up changing around, it's a viable idea with just an extra ground to really play around, having a little bit more of that safety buffer. Certainly good elements. Ballsy move to peek with a grenade launcher.
Impacted by a concussion?
Sure did. Well, no, sorry, it was a breaching charge.
Yeah, okay, so it was an impact. He got bodied by it anyway.
Would have been rather funny, but well, Tiltek also has a bit of a funny there. Does get the swing onto Nasty. Wazo though gets the better of elements, the person who was popping off quite rather frequently in the past couple of rounds. So with him out of the equation, things will be a little bit more dangerous. River catches Seppi just slacking, trying to very slowly get rid of that motion sensor, and it does result in a very quick demise. It's all down to Tiltek, Hunter, and Pluto to try to make things right, whereas Antic only lost Nasty, so it's a good day.
Doable, achievable, workable. Tiltek, I don't know what angle he's trying to contest. Either way, he's committed to it. He's he's looking to like the top, over towards the bar, but there's no one there. They've all pulled off, and you look at how separated Kraken are right now. They're just completely disjointed here in round 4.
Yeah. As it stands, minute 14 to go. Pluto on a solo adventure to try to stir some ruckus in the blue tunnel. Gets the drop. That's one. Can we find another one? It's all falling apart. 2v2. Wazoo has the position. Wazoo no more. Actually, all that is left, pardon me, all down to Hunter and Pluto after just an absolutely snapping set of shots.
There's just so much to break down on what just happened. A flurry of kills leaves Kraken in the lead. Wazoo also killed Tiltek with the super shorty. And whatever just happened. But Kraken, a 3rd round in a row off the back of a pretty significant deficit. That's impressive.
Here is. Oh, Kraken. Being back into the swing of things. It was a little bit of a quiet beginning in round number 4, but we got back into the swing of things rather rapidly. CCTV and Cash Room, though, is upon us. Panda now, last time it was defended. It was a very clean performance by Kraken without leaving any more traces of Antic R6 in that site. So could we possibly see now the same outcome, or whether Antic will be able to finally wake up from all that all that chaos?
Waking up would be a good idea. It definitely would in the situation. You're down 3-1 on Clubhouse, and I mean, again, you're probably more 50-50 than anything when it comes to attack and defend decided at the moment. But it seems that Kraken just they've found their rhythm, they've found their mark. And Antic R6 have just been predicted in the last 2 rounds.
Certainly is.
10 seconds remaining.
Antic have quite a big weight on their shoulder, looking to try to just find some sort of a resolution here. Already losing out quite a fair few rounds. Just what initially looked like they could possibly bring it back, completely yoinked away from them off the back of some rather unconventional pushes, might I add, Panda. I mean, just the last round's push, that already was quite worth the gold. I say that though, Face Cream might have quite an evil plan playing around the strip club.
He can hang out there all he wants. I'm more interested in what Hunter's going to be doing. Returning the OG Hunter back on the Monty. The man, I mean, upon the entrance of Kraken into the OCL, Hunter really made a name for himself playing these shields, and to great effect as well, mind you.
So already less than a minute expired, and already we see, well, the breach and the entry, yeah, like you alluded to, Hunter back into his element, could be doing some big things.
Impact out. Owen does find a kill onto Pluto, but Tiltek's there in support. Look, just corralling him into the open. Hunter just bullying River out of the equation with the help of Tiltek, just forcing him back into the waiting arms of a teammate, Seppi. Down in the lounge, knows there's probably someone in bar. Owen falls, another member on the site. Removed from this equation of Rainbow Six Siege. Face Cream pushing through. Does he know that there's someone sitting just tucked in to his right-hand side? The swing.
Ooh.
Face Cream didn't even have a chance to react. It's down to Wazoo. It's just down to Wazoo. I was going to say Wazoo are nasty, but it's not even a possibility. It's one man alone against 4. The plant is going down, and Tiltek eviscerates him. 4 rounds in a row.
Yeesh. Rough run for Antic. Given that defense side should be a bit more, you know, a bit more pleasant for them, a bit more comfortable for them to play around, it seems, but as it stands, no real opportunities really popped up. Unfortunately for Face Cream, the evil plan was good on paper, but on practice didn't really have a lot of actual success. So saying that 4-1 scoreline is looking rather dire for the currently defensive roster, but look, maybe here comes the attack. We could be seeing a bit of a turnaround like we did see back in week 1, the reverse sweep from 5-1 to 5-1.
Honestly, I think Kraken are just about to do it one faster than last week.
Yeah, look, I'm not excluding that either. Yeah, Kraken are renowned to be rather rapid in their execution.
Tiltek's got things to be doing, man. He's got to go hit the gym, get some more,
pump that iron.
Get some more bulk going. He's looking pretty good at the moment, not gonna lie.
Gotta say, top form.
Yeah, he's looking clean. Valkyrie in play. We haven't seen that so far tonight. It's been let through, and finally we're getting to see it in the hands of River. Hunter onto the Iana this time around.
Attackers are moving
So
out to
Monty,
locate a bomb and defuse it.
one-time thing.
Shame though, given that back in the day, Hunter, whether it's Blitz or Monty, has been just menace, really, to play against, but no more. That's the thing. Tiltek, unaware of a potential swing from Wazoo, straight through there, but Owen instead falls the victim to that one. Angle being held. No, Wazoo, that's not the angle that you want to hold, buddy. In comes the swing, and that's majority of HP gone.
Tiltek! He's jacked. He's just insane. They lose elements, but what does it matter? They've gone and taken 2 very big kills. Owen down. That's your M590 SMG 11 with smoke out of the equation. It's, well, meant to be your side anchor, and Owen to boot as well. One of the main men when it comes to shotgun plays. Hunter spotted in CCTV by Nasty, forced off the angle for now. But, oh, the run out, Brian Seppi!
Seppi!
He very nearly whiffed that one. Just manages to get across and get the kill. And because of that, it's down to Nasty and River. Oh my God, Nasty! What a name, what a play! 3 versus 2.
Disgusting play there, albeit shut down rather promptly by Hunter. Nasty gets at least the one for the highlight video there. That was absolutely just phenomenal peak, and well, all leading up to River, the freshest introduction to the Antic roster, in hopes of trying to find any sort of opener. Seppi, ambitious drop to say the very least. Very funny as well to watch him flop on top of it all.
Pluto's in, planting. That might be a pixel opportunity for the headshot that Hunter up on the bed. Kraken, a 5-1 half, 5 rounds in a row. They're looking to speed run this one here in week 2.
Ay, 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 ay. Kraken.
Look at Seppi. He's like, let's go.
Seppi is having a good time just in general here, man. Overall, look, I once again have to say I am really glad how things work out for Kraken roster. Usually when a team that really formed itself rather well throughout all the hardships, all the initial struggles, looking back at, say, Stage 1, 2021, oh, sorry, pardon me, Stage 2, 2021, had a bit of a dire turnout. Come Stage 3, completely different turnaround.
And defuse bombs.
Comes Stage 1 of 2022, and look, yeah, summoning some rather interesting spells already in round 7.
It was CDAPS in the North American Challenger League promotion tournament. He manifested victory for Parabellum. But it looks like Kraken right now are manifesting their own destiny. They're just making it happen. 2 rounds, and this will be the fastest win of the stage.
Here it is. Kraken just looking, well, rather cracked in their execution, in their performance. It's all looking just like a well-oiled machine. Not to say that Antic are really just fumbling all over the place. It's rather unfortunate to see what's been the turnaround. And just them being caught out is rather just, yeah, look, unfortunate is probably the only way to describe this. I also believe it is rather an unfortunate demise for a graphics card of whichever PC it is on our observer side. Rather unfortunate.
Look, it's
so many
it's
things.
booted and rallied. It's ready to go. It's keeping it. I don't know what's going on. Clubhouse is broken. This is
we opening Singularity in Clubhouse.
Yeah, no, it's a preview of next season of Rainbow Six Siege. The new operator is going to be some sort of complete map editing deity. I don't.
No,
it's a sandstorm. That's the only thing I can think of.
Imagine this. The whole lore of Siege expands. Nighthaven creates a black hole device that just chews up half of the map, completely reshapes it, and we get a whole new clubhouse that just has some sort of, well, time parallax, whatever thing the jig's going.
Every map from now on is just a stadium map where it's a combination of 2. Like,
True.
I would rate that if I'm being honest.
That actually, yeah, that could be big.
Bomb located by
But what I'm rating right now is the Kraken defense. Yes, they've lost Jacuzzi. Oh, the Nitro. River taking big damage. The Nitro deep. Wazoo loses half his health in a second. And Elements still watching this breach with that mirror window in play. Multiple members of Antic taking damage. River is down, but recoverable at the moment. I would hope, I would have to imagine they might just push Wazoo up and punch out this window, try and deny some of that information. The ping's coming through, so they aren't going to make the call just yet. They're very much afraid of the swing of that opening in the bathroom wall, but they stall out once again. Antic giving themselves more options. Hunter with a huge kill onto Owen.
With Owen out of the equation, Elements might go down in a little bit as well. Tiltek taking quite a lot of damage, looking to go down rather desperately and rather quickly. Seppi, though, does get the better of. Another swings! No! Tiltek as well gets the better of River, and Face Scream falls to boot. In the matter of seconds, we achieve a match point for Kraken.
Baited, distracted by the player top stairs, and that almost single-handedly pulled the entire play to pieces. Truly unfortunate for Antic, but Kraken 6-1 up, 1 better than last week. They head down to the basement. They're looking to make this the last sight of Clubhouse.
Oh, man. Oh, Panda. It is just a clinical play from Kraken. Not too sure as to what is actually happening with Antics right now, but Church and Arsenal Room is going to be the final possible site, like you alluded to. Maestro being brought out on top of a mirror,
Attackers
looking
need to
to
locate
signal
and
for a bit
defuse
more of a
bombs.
hunkered down setup, albeit I say that, well, Tiltec, Elements and Co, as well as Hunter, are looking to bring that extra festivity and maybe that extra feistiness as well to the play.
Yeah,
Bomb
I mean, it
located
just
by attackers.
shut down at every turn. And I mean, this is what we expected from Kraken coming into this year, especially
Attackers have
given the
discovered
show that
location
they
of
gave
a
us in
bomb.
Stage 3 last year. I mean, I'm going to be honest, if they wanted to, they would have finished the stage in first place. But they decided to have a bit of fun towards the end of
5
stage,
seconds
knowing
left
full well that they
before
weren't making relegations. They weren't making it into the finals.
Attackers are
And
moving.
unfortunately, yeah, they fell at the final hurdle, which was Fury going into that grand final of Stage 3. But this is a roster, 100%. I could see these guys handling themselves quite cleanly in Stage 2 of the OCN.
Well, with Fury now gone from OCL, now it's, well, basically up to Kraken to repeat that same run, push themselves further and further, but already the entry, very prompt one as well, in the dirt tunnel, and it's already with Face Cream leading the charges. The drone, Wazoo, though with him having the diffuser, maybe a little bit dangerous, say, if Monty does go down by the conclusion of it all.
If they decide to bully this Monty, which they are looking to do, impacts are there. In fact, the second one, Nitro Cell as well committed. Wazoo is incredibly low right now. They are still looking to make this play off of the dirt tunnel, but you look at the setup, you look at the angles, you look at everything that can be contested here. Antic may have backed themselves into a corner with this positioning. If they lose control of the diffuser, they've got limited ways to get it back.
Absolutely. Pop goes the mirror window to open up another position to hold. Pluto has a very nasty angle onto the dirt tunnel. As right now the KRA are looking to absolutely mobilize the reinforcements. Tiltec gets the better of Nasty. That is the buck gone. A lot of that soft breaching utility completely demolished. And now, well, Antic might just end up stalling out.
There was a huge reliance on the Buck to set up the vertical angles to be able to cover that plant. And with that out of the equation, they are going to have to rely on sheer frag ability. And unfortunately, Antic really haven't shown much of that this map. It's all been Kraken. You look at the numbers across the board. The only player that is even remotely close to negative is Pluto. And he's still sitting even right now. We head into the final minute. It looks like Antic are gearing up to make this push. Wazoo pushing towards AKs. He's on his own, which means Face Cream is also on his own in dirt. River, he's going to find a kill onto Hunter. The shield drops. They're looking to make something happen. They get the drop onto two more. And it's down to Elements alone to clutch it up. The scan comes. He holds his ground. Wazoo's on the plant, pushing through. And it is going to be a second for Antic. A reprieve, a slight reprieve. But they've still got to find 4 more for OT.
Still being able to shut down that momentum that Kraken were able to ramp up and get Antic at least a slight breathing room certainly does make things a little bit nicer for Antic. Yes, you have did mention that 4 more rounds are still to go, but regardless, that should be at least a slight morale boost there for Antic R6 team, given just the sheer amount of shutdowns they went through, the sheer amount of heists that Kraken really performed, especially whilst being on the attack. It seems like it's only fitting that at least one of the rounds will be returned as a favor back to the Kraken, whilst them being on defense. So a repeat, though, in saying that, comes about from the choice of currently blue team. And on the side of Antic, not a whole lot of changes. They are looking to repeat the same process in hopes of not really losing Nasty early on into that whole engagement. But an interesting expansion, though, by Kraken up on the top floor, looking to make things a little bit more flexible compared to what they had in the previous round, where they were all pretty much hunkered down on a very one-dimensional push.
Yeah, no Monty in this time around. Actually, no, I say that Wazoo's going to go for the attack repick onto it instead.
5 seconds.
An SSG style roam once again in play, minus the castle, of course, but there is a heavy priority on vertical extension, and of course, Tiltec is going to be looking to get dangerous. Does he spot the player by the van? Unfortunately, it's at the wrong end of it now. The swing, it is Wazoo from the looks of things, so nothing found just yet. They spot the window, they ping it out. They're going to keep themselves out of danger.
110% well. Going to the next push already. Gone 6 does go pop, but no actual physical entry just yet. In hopes of finding some early gunfight. Well, Hunter roaming around with Seppi as well on top of Tiltek, who would be big, but again, River exposing his position could mean a lot of problems.
Of course, Tiltek impacts the wall.
Tiltek
Like,
wants to open up, yeah.
I would expect nothing less from him. He is looking to take these aggro gunfights. He has elements below. They might look to make a dual swing play onto Rivet in the rafters right now, but the ERC comes out. Seppi rips the head clean off a face screen. Tiltek gets the kill. Can't find the second, but it doesn't matter. Seppi's there, and it's all come apart. One player remaining. Kraken are going to double up. 7-2 weeks 1 and 2. Cthulhu a +10 across the board. Massive stuff. And I mean, look, Nasty could still pull out the miracle. He could still find 4 with 90 seconds remaining, but what are the odds of that?
Look, the odds are rather slim, but oh, Jesus Christ. Gary already doing some early celebrations. He could pull it off. He has the time, obviously.
Elements is going hunting.
Elements wants, yeah, he's out for blood. But for Nasty, a long and very tenuous road ahead.
Yeah, there's so much to clear out, and they've got limited information getting cleared. Nasty doesn't have a single drone to his name, of course. They will get the diffuser back and heading into the final 60s. Got a lot of ground to cover. Look, I mean, props to him. I respect the attempt, but in saying that they've popped both nitro cells just then to try and catch him out if he was on the main hallway outside the kitchen. But there we go, Elements. He's in moto, spotted, Nasty. Looking to contest, but it's a drive-by. Kraken, 2 weeks in a row, 7-2, 7-2. They are sitting well ensconced at the top of the leaderboard. The only team right now to be currently lossless in the competition, alongside Circular Spheres, but one of them was in overtime.
Absolutely. Look, a clean performance, 7-2, yet another day for them. Apart from initial, a little bit of a wobbly performance on the first round, and then the second round of their attack, or rather, pardon me, defense. It's been just all a smooth sailing, and boy oh boy, such a good turnout from Kraken Esports Club. Once again, look, returning to their form as they set it back in the beginning of Stage 3 in 2021. They are looking oh so refreshed. Probably the best way to really describe it.
Look, it is such a pleasure seeing a team like Kraken play. They love playing with each other. They play the game well. And they just consistently go from victory to victory, strength to strength. And I mean, even those moments where they do drop a map or a round, they know how to rebolster themselves to carry on moving forward. They're a team that does not sweat the small stuff.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, Kraken certainly looking very dominant, and even proving tonight that they can keep up just a very, very clean scoreline for themselves. 7-2 is a good way to start things off. Unfortunately, though, look, for Antic, they tried. They tried their absolute best. Unfortunately, just back to the drawing board, at least against Kraken. Look, week 2, they at least managed to get the hardest matchup, arguably, out of their way. So from here on out, it's the only way is up.
Well, Kraken sit top of the leaderboard, and sitting atop the throne at the front, of course, it's Tiltek. He's going to be jumping on in for a bit of a chat. The king, the demon, the monster himself. You're looking pretty fly, my friend. Tiltek, 2 weeks, 2 7-2s. Kraken are riding high. What's it like in the Kraken camp at the moment?
Oh, it's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Pretty good. Yeah, look, I'll get a little bit more serious despite the looks. Look, so far, out of all the teams that we've seen, any kind of concern moving on, or we're looking at repeating 7-2s all across the board?
Yeah, probably like 7-2s or 7-1s, maybe 7-0s. It's like, it's whatever. Let me just say this now. They only got 2 rounds on us because we had our warm-up scrim counted on us, so we all played Minecraft and whatnot, so yeah. we were pretty warm.
So a big dogs type dealy then, where you warmed up in the game itself. But look, I mean, Tiltec, Kraken, 2 dominant performances. Seppi coming back into play. I mean, is there at this stage anyone that you guys are worried about?
Look, probably only ourselves, really. There's no real competition in this league, so yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Big words. Look, respect where respect is due. You guys are currently top of the table. But look, Tiltec, we'll let you head off in just a moment. Before we do, though, anyone you want to shout out?
Alright, shout out to you guys, shout out to the team, the organization, shout out to ESL, shout out to the place I work as a bartender, Up in Smoke. You know, suss it out if you can, if you live in Melbourne. And yeah.
Yeah, right.
Oh, look, what a character. We love you. We love you having you in the interview booth, Tilt. We'll let you go off. We'll let you go. Look at the gains. He's probably off to the gym after this. Cthulhu, 3 of 4 down, 1 map remaining, of course. Our final match of the evening. But I mean, look, when they play, they do it in style. I mean, where does it end for Kraken?
Look, I think the end game here is just only going to be at least reaching OCN, if not at this point, just maybe APAC South as well. If not, then, well, look, it will be quite a surprise, because given just the sheer dedication and the sheer coordination that they've managed to pull off, and whilst making it look good, only the truest few teams have managed to accomplish it this way. So look, they certainly are the hottest contender right now for the first place.
Well, I don't think Kraken needed a break, but we do. In a moment, though, when we come back, we'll be jumping into our final match of the evening. Altered Zelios taking on the 1620 Kings to see who might possibly be joining Kraken at the top of the leaderboard. When we come back, we kick off with match 4. See you soon.
I went from nothing to something overnight. Sweeping hair, I made a little thing go inside. Though supposed to be close for saying you'll never make it. Yeah, right. I've had the street my whole pretty life. So fighting demons and working through strife. I wanna run around, but you said you'll never make it. Changing. Changing.
Playday 2 of the Oceanic Challenger League has kept on giving and doesn't show any signs of stopping just yet. Back with Cthulhu, back into it. A fourth map on the cards. We're heading into Alta Zelios versus the 1620 Kings. Now Cthulhu, 1620 Kings, that was a bit of a shaky start, but they got across the line in the end. Alta Zelios absolutely swept aside by Kraken, who we just saw take another 7-2. Do we reckon they can bounce back?
Look, quite possibly. I mean, with the way how things really worked out for Alta Zelios, inconclusive results really at the conclusion of week 1. Yes, they did get bulldozed by Kraken, but so just did Anzac, and really it was more so just getting over that bump of a very painfully difficult match. So now it's a little bit more of an even ground. For Antic, this is their time to really prove them. We did get a note that possibly KT is going to be making an appearance. Maybe she will, maybe not. But she has been kind of a returning member from OCL previously. On the side of Kings, though, it's a new, renewed roster. And yeah, even Chef Jeff mentioned, it's not about this stage is not about them getting to the top positions. It's them just solidifying that roster swap, that renewed roster. And so far, at least throughout week 1, main kind of takeaways was that they managed to get a much more clear idea of what do they want and how do they approach it. And you see the man, the legend, machine, the person who was pushing the team, also what felt like effortlessly.
I mean, this guy's a unit in real life and in the game. Like, he backs himself in a gunfight. He is not willing to shy away from conflict, and when he does, my lord, we saw what he was able to do. And look, if the rumors are true, if KT is in play, she's one of the most highly impactful players that we've seen on this Alta Zelios roster. An absolute star of the women's league as well. One of the only 2 women to have played in this competition, the other being Luna, of course. Look, I'd be keen to see if she is coming back into play. If not, we're still a big fan. We'll see her next week, of course. But Alta Zelios, they've got a lot to prove tonight. 1620 Kings looking to carry on, looking to keep riding high. Not quite the angle you're looking for, champ, but look, yeah, it is what it is.
Look, he tried. Let's give him that. He tried, did his best, and look, unfortunately, not yet. But regardless, I'll have to say, if not on the battle, on socials, Alta Zelios do bust out some rather spicy memes, so certainly a team to keep an eye out for some memes and social shenanigans. But apart from that, look, they have potential. It's a roster, once again, yet another one of those that came out almost completely brand spanking new out of the whole roster switch fiesta that was the off-season for ANZ, especially for Tier 2, and it came out with some rather new names, new blood, but also, well, it's kind of the mixture of the team and the players that did manage to see some action back in Stage 3.
Well, I mean, across the region, OCL players or former OCL players as well are having a huge amount of success, even in the OCN. But it's map veto time, of course. Cthulhu 1 map remaining here tonight. Let's figure out where we're going to be heading. We've seen an array of maps, and it looks like we're going to double down on one of them. We are keeping it true to form. The Oceanic Chalet League once again. Border, once again, just inches from crossing over to the finish line.
What are the odds that next week comes, we will be seeing pretty much 3 picks of Border or something across these lines? Would be actually kind of cool to see Border back into the swing of things. It's been a while since I got to cast that map as well, given that it's been a rework. But for now, our whole attention shifts to Chalet yet again. We've already seen a great turnout for CS against Warriors, where it was a very dominant scoreline, and might I add, the attacking side was oh so clean. Now going into this one, I'm gonna be real, my cards here are on K16, but I've been already wronged twice with my predictions, so I might retract the general statements of my predictions.
I mean, logic would dictate that you back 1620 Kings.
Logic doesn't get to dictate. He's out of OCL.
He's in OCL. He's doing his own thing. But I mean, look, a bit of a disappointment we didn't see Border coming through. It was the first competitive map removed when I started casting Rainbow Six. And I mean, I think we just crossed over my 2nd anniversary of casting this game as well. So look, I'm happy to see it back in the pool. I'm so excited to see it back in play. And honestly, I just love the innovation that these new and refreshed maps bring into a competitive environment. So once we do get to set, I'm excited to see what the teams are bringing. But we're going to Chalet, we're going to a staple. And you got to remember, 1620 Kings found an insane amount of success on this map in Stage 3 of last year.
That is correct, yes. Yeah, look, one of their staple maps. The map, by the way, where they managed to take down in the first Playday, I believe, the Fury roster, which was a very solid performance back when Fury was still rebuilding their roster.
Well, they
back
took
in
down
Stage 3.
Fury and Big Dogs, the two teams that made it into the relegations last year.
That is correct, yes. And so, yeah, Chalet, one of those kind of, I suppose, comfort picks for 1620 Kings. On the side of AZ, though, ooh, look, a bit of a coin toss, I'm not gonna lie. And honestly, again, all statistical favors falling towards K16, but we've said that similar thing with the way how Warriors performed back in week 1. Today, unfortunately, wasn't their day. So this is very much up to both of the teams, how they prepared, whether they've been ready for this kind of pick, and well, in we go.
Back to the French Alps once again. It's time to get cozy, rug up, light the fire, grab a hot chocolate. Well, that probably doesn't really apply in ANZ. It's bloody hot right now. Get yourselves ready. We're going to be calling things off with Chalet to close the night out. Cthulhu heading into the operator bands. I mean, do we see any real deviation? Flores, Thatcher, Valkyrie, and Frost Mirror potentially going to be coming through. Do you reckon we get anything crazy?
I'm thinking we are going to be actually keeping the Frost in the play. It's more so going to be, yeah, leaning towards Valkyrie, Mirror ban. On the side of attack, look, I'm actually tossing up between a Thatcher and Jackal. But in saying that, Chef Jeff did play quite a fair few times on the Flores, so banning him out would be a sound idea for Alta Telius if they did their homework.
Well, we'll have to see. Getting on into it. Of course, it is going to be Alta Zelios starting off on the defense. 1620 Kings kicking things off on the attack, which is a bit of a terrifying prospect. Cthulhu, we've seen just what 1620 Kings can do on the attack, and with the attack repick being introduced, I mean, you talk about flexibility on an attacker-sided map already.
Yeah, well, in we go already with the two bans. Thatcher, Flores, look, one would say it's a basic ban, but it's also kind of outs. One of the players of 1620 Kings, Shift Jeff, on the Flores SR25 has been rather deadly. Him on the Air 33 was the one where he managed to pull off quite a number of clutches with Mirror gone. It's all down to the final ban from Alta Delia. Something across the lines of maybe either a Mirror or... Actually, no, wait. Either Valkyrie or Alibi could be seeing me maybe banned out. Alibi has been seeing quite a fair bit of a pick and could be a bit of a nuisance in the play, but neither of those. Hey, okay.
Another staple of the map. It makes sense. She's quite powerful, especially with that top library hold, chucking that, you know, the Banshee down on the double door by Piano. Oh, there's so many positions where the Banshees can be big. But here we go, Cthulhu. Unfortunately, looks like we've got no KT in tonight. No Crips walking T-Rex to be taken to the battlefield. Unfortunately, I was keen to see her and her impact tricking prowess come into play, but not to be. We're kicking things off round one. Kitchen, Dining, a Monty, Blackbeard, Blitz, Nook, Glazhover from the attack, which is surely going to change. But defenders cannot six-pick anymore, so Goonbag on this Kavira is going to stick.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being used by attackers.
Curious. Again, look, Alta Delis were the ones that were bringing out some more unconventional plays, so wouldn't be surprised if that is going to be kind of a repetition here as well. Cav, though, look, I can admire the play, I can admire the grind here. Plus, with her being a bit of a... well, her glass cannon, really. If she gets an interrogation, that is a huge deal of information being dealt, and yeah, you can see K16 opting completely out of all of their picks. Buck, Iana, Thermite, Zafia, and Finka. Expected for the majority of it.
Well, Cthulhu kicking things off. Trippin looking for a very aggressive spawn peak from Trophy. We have seen this angle a number of times, and we've seen it go both ways. But from the looks of things, not a single member of 1620 Kings has spawned over this side of the map. And no, not a single one indeed. Don't want to get caught out too early. And I mean, I'm excited. We see Machine back on his Finker on the attack, and Tester as well, bringing his Buck back into play. Oh, Goon.
Oh, good.
Oh, no way.
Attackers
No
have
No.
way he doesn't get thrown.
Kasuli, we've already had 3 insane matches so far. Goon is currently prone,
Nah, KJ
looking
knows.
at the half wall right now. The ping's coming out. KJ, he's tucked in. Banana's going to fall. Jeff on the job. Is it a jiggle pick? I don't actually think they know. The turnaround. He's in the corner. Okay,
Hello.
KJ knows now for sure. We weren't certain before, but he's 100% on it now. Anchor taken out. Yoroma taken out. It's down to Snip, Trip, and Weiss.
Well, not particularly what you want to happen. Snip getting a little bit bamboozled there with that swing from the Iana clone. Certainly doesn't really want to deal any further with any of that ruckus and instead decides to fall back a little bit. Well, in comes the breach. Snip forced Chef to grab a little bit of a damage, but as it stands, look right now, 16-20 Kings starting things off rather well, unless something goes horribly wrong and Snip gets something like a double or a triple. They're on par for finding themselves the first round win. Hello.
Snip going to be droned. He tucks himself back out of the walk-in wardrobe. Doesn't want to get isolated in there because there's limited avenues out. Tripping. Goes for some big shots. It's the Gemini again. Snip has been bamboozled too many times to count. Anticipating some aggression through Piano. There is a player there. Hits the head. Machine falls. 4 versus 3, but Snip is in a lot of danger right now. We're heading into the final 50. Support is coming. But it's a kitchen dining site. Jeff through the wall finishes Snip off with a headshot as well. So pretty crisp and clean on that execution. Going into the final 40, it's about to blow up.
Yeah, Trippin needs to make a frag and make it count really quickly here, because otherwise the collapse is coming. Rice. Gonna be trying to hold his position. Does get misdroned as well. That could be dangerous. That could be rather problematic. In comes the Gon 6, and here comes the carnage.
Absolutely bamboozled by a hole in the wall, but Trippin finds 1 to make it a 3 versus 2. Rice out through the hatch below. Tester on the lurk in the basement on his own, and Lonely takes him out long range with a 5.56, and it's a clean deal. 16-20 Kings kicking off Chalet, true to form in their previous showings.
Clean deal. Very nicely organized there by 16-20 Kings, albeit I gotta applaud Snip managed to survive for an abnormally long time upstairs whilst being swarmed around by all the players from K16, but well done nonetheless. Though 16-20 Kings looking to continue pushing kitchen and dining is going to be though a retry from Altered Zillion, as it looks like they wanting to make sure that they are nailing their performance. So the troll round is out of the way, no more of the Caveira picks. We are getting a little bit more serious now.
I don't know how to feel. I mean, you look back for almost the entirety of last year, Chef Jeff was your dedicated Maverick Smoke mute. That was his job. That is what he did. Seeing him on a Zofia, just absolutely unleashed playing this entry role. I mean, you talk about pivot from an original position. He's making it look good.
Absolutely. I mean, if you remember the whole storyline last week, he tried to play that usual role and then said, I'm feeling it, just let me play Zofia. Play Zofia absolutely demolishes the whole opposition. So quite possibly, look, this is a time for a renewed Chef Jeff to a certain degree, and look, I'm all for it. I'm all keen to see where that takes him in the roster, given that it's about time that it's finally a stable roster and a stable player to really play for it. And well, maybe 16-20 Kings, now it's their time to shine like Kraken did when they began their run in Stage 3.
I mean, what a superhero origin story that would be. Forged in the crucible of Maverick Smoke Mains, he emerges a Zofia Rusher. And he's doing well. He's 2-1 at the moment. And he's looking to put, I mean, he's taken so much ground already. He's cleared out through games. He's cleared bar. He's looking to get himself on that kitchen dining door. He wants to take early ground. He's got Machine above. They have taken almost the entire southern side of this map, with the exception being Rice down in the basement.
I gotta say, Panda, your voiceover skills are rather unmatched, honestly.
My voice hurts. It's been a long night, and
the voiceover skills courtesy of COVID.
Hey, look, it is what it is. But yeah, COVID is not helping right now. What is helping though is 1620 Kings making very, very fast inroads into this building. They're taking some key positions. They've got an office open. They're not messing around.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Ready to absolutely rumble, but half a round gone. Not yet a singular frag, not even a bit of damage dealt. As we're looking to extend the roam even further. Rice on some possible very sussy stuff. Looking to try to play around the bottom floor, but haven't yet found any sort of flanks. It's Machine trying to just keep on steamrolling the push and trying to force all the positions to be moved out, but as it stands, not a whole lot of support, but I say that, well, Chef Jeff to push.
LMG supremacy raining through as the sprays push Altered Zelios further and further back. Clearing out the Solarium shield, clearing out the Solarium position. And the push up the stairs could be big.
Jeff wants to get aggressive, feels ready to go, but as it stands, being slowed down by the rest of the team. Can't really find a lot of openers, and once again, 30 seconds remaining. Goonbag is off the site. He could be the big change.
Now, Banana, historically, for Altered Zelios, clutched a 1 versus 4 without firing a single shot, as Echo, mind you. Heading into final 15, K16 primed and ready for the push. KJ is on the dining door. Toxic canisters will slow things, but look at the multiple approach. Tested dropped as he jumps through Trophy. Lonely is trying to get deep so he can go for the plant nitro through, but it's Jeff to fall. It's all come apart. It's the SMG-11 combo. And Altered Zelios force K16 into the choke.
Well, Jesus Christ, the rice, right? Look, I mean, man's got the swagger, but I gotta say, yeah, look, kitchen dining coming back to kind of the terms of being the site of death, with the majority of the times being very well played out by the defense and completely locked out from the offense, even making a calculated push. Same happened here to poor K16. Whereas for Altered Zelios, at least they managed to get back on board rather early, snap back, and really well back to one apiece. We back to Barn Gaming, which is a site that usually feels like a little bit of more sort of tertiary, a little bit of maybe as a secondary. Never is it's a primary pick, and for a
Really?
decent
Because
reason.
I'm pretty sure it was the most played site last year, if I remember correctly.
Well,
doing
in
the numbers.
In the current meta, I meant.
In the current,
you are,
yeah,
you are
100%,
correct.
yeah.
You are
Because
correct.
it is an absolute mess of a site to play, because
yeah.
the attackers have just literally, I think, yeah, one of the fewest buffer rooms between, you know, the outside of the building and the site itself. But I mean, we've seen a lot of teams, you know, figure out strategies to this bomb site and how to play it. It's interesting that teams are now pivoting to, you know, kitchen dining being the primary.
Yeah, look, slowly but surely, kind of the meta, I suppose, changes at least the lineups and the positions which the defenders do play. Obviously, some of the changes to the loadouts as well did come through, which did make things a little bit more spicy. But the majority of the things, all the changes that did come around, mean that just, well, you can't really play around with a 6th pick anymore. That's no longer a thing. So it's back to kind of just a very solidified kind of pacing by the defenders. And for Altered Zelios, look, it meant just, yeah, look, play kind of your own by-the-book kind of gameplay. Whereas on the side of K16, they are the ones that have to essentially come up with new approaches, given just the sheer expansion that Altered Zelios are playing for.
This top light, I mean, these two key positions, especially in attacking the site, those being the mezzanine shield and the top library stairs shield. If you want a decent chance of getting the vert and getting into library, you need to clear them out. And I mean, with Wamai and a Jaeger on the cards, that's a very troubling prospect. Goonbag, we didn't really get to see him do much last round, but look at this, Jeff, back to basics. Oh,
hello.
No! Banana, no idea that he was in danger. Jeff just sneaks on into library, finds the opener onto the anchor player as well. And all of a sudden, this hold on the site is looking tenuous.
Quick, easy entry, no contention whatsoever, albeit I say that Snip is crisp clean on his own hold. Does not let that slip in any shape or form, so that's back to a 4v4. Still not a whole lot of contention. Still, I believe there's presence at the mezzanine of Trippin still hanging around, but it's the main contention is that position. where Snip was just previously and, well, already forfeiting that spot. We're back onto the side plays and really, well, now it's a bit of a dicey situation because a lot of vertical gameplay is now being presented. Not a whole lot of safe ground to play around for Altadelius, but with Snip being at the bottom landing of the library stairs, he could actually introduce a little bit of that chaos.
You've also got Trippin playing over towards the the garage fireplace stairs as well, down at the basement. They are looking to play a little bit deeper into the building as well, but losing your smoke is pretty rough. KJ falls, Rice. It's a crisp shot into mud, and all of a sudden that player advantage is swung wildly into the favor of Altered Zelios. They do have the nano boost still to keep themselves healthy, but with 20 seconds remaining, they are going to have to force the issue, and they are going to have to win their ones. Tester lurking down fireplace. He's going to bank the nade off the... Okay, Lonely's just in the site looking for the plant. The Yokai drone is watching him. No, he's missed it, Lonely.
Ooh.
He's going to be able to stick the defuse with Machine getting the kill. That's 2 weeks in a row now, Cthulhu.
No.
Snip finds his one, but at the moment, it's looking bleak. 2 players down. Snip finds a third in the round. It's Tester to hit the head. Snip falls. He's got one more to make it happen. Goonbag coming in round through fireplace. The pings are there. They know his position, but he doesn't have the opportunity to play for Yokais any longer. Tester has relocated to the stairs. This could be huge. The stun through. Goonbag has not got time to work with. He's got to stick it. He's got to stick it, Cthulhu. And, well, now Tester has the option to get the kill, and he does. What a mess of a round, but one that 1620 Kings mops up.
Back to the form. Originally nearly thrown a couple of other setups, but managed to make that return. Is great. Great turnout. K16 back into the swing of things. Very calm and collected, I have to say. Tester as well. You can see him on your screen. Has been one of the key players for 1620 Kings for quite a fair bit, so seeing him back into the swing of things is certainly great, but Blind Gaming Room is going to be a retry yet again. Now, so far we've had that kind of supposed trend going. First attempt of the site goes to the attack. Second attempt, now that we kind of got the hang of it, back into the hands of the defense. Could Altadelius continue that kind of thing? Now, perhaps.
You want to know something even crazier, Cthulhu?
Yeah, go on.
The 2 rounds that 1620 Kings have won on their initial play of the bomb site, the opening frag has been Jeff killing Banana.
Are the new rivalries. So nice to see them.
Oh, look, I'm still keen for the Antigar 6 1620 Kings match. Jeff versus Owen, that is going to be a match to remember.
Oh, yeah. The sheer amount of trash talk that there's bound to be is going to be just absolutely amazing. And if there won't, I will be extremely disappointed. Mainly in Owen. Because we know already Chef Jeff can walk the walk and talk the talk. Or however younglings nowadays go
Well, I
about
mean,
it.
look,
Yeah.
the real question right now is, you know, can AZ walk the walk? Well, Crips walk the walk. She's not here right now, but she knows what I mean. 1620 Kings with a lead. I mean, it has not been the cleanest. It has been very much explosive moments and insurgencies into the building that 1620 Kings are utilizing to give themselves those advantages. And Altered Zelios have just been left scrambling in the moments where they need to make those critical decisions. So hopefully, Altered Zelios can slow things down a little bit, play their own game, and not get forced into these, you know, crazy moments by 1620 Kings.
Well, yet another round, yet another trial. Trippin being blinded, I believe, off the flashbangs. Simple frag grenade could be pretty much the conclusion of it all. Unfortunately, just does not reach the actual destination. Does get the better of that shield, but instead Machine gets the better of Lonely. That's not what you want to happen. Another swing, and that's damage to Chef.
He's stuck, though. If he swings out here, he could be in a lot of trouble, especially with Banana below. He's got to get out of that position, and he does somehow. And with Machine finding one, KJ finding a follow-up, that shield being removed has been absolutely huge. And all of a sudden, it's K16 back in the driver's seat again.
Oh, didn't take them too long, really. Goonbag could still, though, cause an upset here. So, will possibly Banana and Rice, but again, they will need to play in tandem if they do want to make things right. And well, first things first, rendezvous with your teammates. Rice Price and Goonbag back into teaming up together. Testa will need to find that frag onto the Valkyrie if he wants to find yet another opener for 1620 Kings to erupt onto the site. But I say that it's more so of a win for Valkyrie, but in comes the re-swing. Oh, damage.
It's Machine does get it in the end, following up on Testa's initial spray, but that was a very close run thing. Rice almost getting immediately eliminated after taking down Chef Jeff. 3 versus 2, Goonbag in a great spot, formerly where Rice was. If he walks into the hallway here, doesn't quite know Testa is on the other side of that wall. This could get very, very dicey. Testa lurking up. He has an idea, an inkling, but he's tucked himself back in. If he jumps on a drone here, he could be dead. The gun barrel spotted the headshot from Goon to bring it back to the 2 versus 2 in the last 10 seconds. Yokai drone needs to be cleaner this time around. Machine for his 3rd in the round drops Banana. No more smoke, and Machine is on the plant. This Yokai play has to be big. He might just miss the opportunity. Does he get the deny? Yes! The Yokai drone denial. Goonbag with the 3-pointer.
Oh, wow. Literally pixel sniping that in the last moments. Oh my lord, Goonbag steals away the round and makes it look good.
Taking a page out of the Banana playbook. This team has some absolutely terrifying Echo players. Look, Cthulhu last week was cursed on Cafe. That vent stopping the Yokai play earlier. We missed by inches. Another Yokai deny. This time round, Goon's not going to let it happen.
Not at all. Huge misplay though from 1620 Kings for not keeping an eye out. Should have heard the sound cues as well for the incoming Echo drone, but unfortunately just not their time, not their moment to claim. But my goodness, what a win from Goonbag as well. So, in saying that, 2v2, or rather 2-2 scoreline is upon us. Has to be one of the closer beginnings to a game. Certainly would feel like it, and I'd be surprised if this is going to be the one to actually go to overtime here, Panda, given just the fact that both teams so far are actually performing up to par.
2 overtimes in 2 weeks. Yeah, look,
Yeah.
not a bad shout.
Not a bad shot
But
at all.
Jeff taking some big damage early from tripping on that trophy window. He's looking to scoot himself away before he faces any real repercussions. But for now, he's alive, he's in it, and he's not going to be touched.
Oh man. At the very least, there's still Machine with the Thinker boosts that could really heal majority of that HP back up. Be able to recover things. Obviously, that won't be used to just heal up a singular person, so we'll be waiting until the further gunfights to actually happen. Machine, though, does have a good angle to cut off certain positions. Chef Jeff, can he spot the Valkyrie? Yes, he does. That's a good amount of information also to call out. That's one of the players off and roaming quite far away from the site, which means that either the isolation play could be played really well, or a full-on collapse onto the site.
There hasn't really been any heavy priority from the 1620 Kings in terms of flank watch. No nomads, no jackals, nothing like that. And they have claymores, but limited usability in terms of a map like Chalet. There's only so many angles you can put it in. Trippin' looking to try and catch Jeff out on the Solarium stairs. He's already pushed it. Actually, that might be Machine. I could be wrong. I think maybe it is, yeah, Machine on the Solarium stairs right now. Yeah, it is. There we go. Corrected, fixed, sorted. Trippin', he's going to jiggle around the wall. Unfortunately for Trippin', the box mag is a little bit bigger than his.
Yeah, and Machine does know all the secrets of the trade. I say that swing is absolutely disgusting. Absolutely folds Machine in half, and well, another swing comes in. Trippin' is on a run.
Lonely Feld as well, and that's diffuser control in Solarium, and to get there you've got to repel him through a window, which exposes you to a huge amount of danger. Jeff on this master bedroom. Repelled right now is trying to cover what he can for the team. KJ isolated out on the balcony. Trippin' gets swung on. Testa, he's in through Solarium. They just let him walk on through. 2 versus 4 now. They're looking to try and get some coverage where they can. Jeff is outside on that double. Testa is inside, has the skeleton key, but not the diffuser. 37 seconds. Jeff is being punished heavily right now, and he's going to have to force his way out of that position. Absolutely eviscerated. Rice And I believe that was Trippin as well. Hit the crossfire and take Test out. Rice is eating a toxic canister and loses a lot of his health, but it doesn't matter. Snip finds the final kill at Altered Zelios. For the first time this map, are in the lead.
Well, interesting what's happening in the K16 camp, but we do see a very clear set of just smiles, but also still very concentrated. Banana keeps himself, you know, well fed as well, keeping up the, you know, the usual buff that comes from all the food going. And honestly, so far, Altered Zelios are doing a very diligent job when it comes down to the defense, which is a very, very good thing to see. Whereas on the side of 1620 Kings, a little bit of a disconnect as what feels like it's slowly but surely settling in. Now going on to back onto the kitchen dining, the second attempt to successfully attack that site was rather forfeited by 1620 Kings. Looking into this attempt, maybe we could be seeing a similar kind of result from Altered Zelios if they could really get back into the swing of things. Making it a 4-2 scoreline for themselves would be a really, really good start on the, pardon me, on the defense.
10 seconds remaining.
Last minute setup coming into play. 1620 Kings want one more to equalize in half. I mean, it's not an ideal start to Chalet here for your attacking half. Chalet, for the most part, is attacker-sided. But we've seen teams come back from worse, yep.
Absolutely. Plenty of ways still to come back from. Yeah, look, a 4-2 scoreline will be still very much workable for K16, given that they will be further down the line playing on the defense, which is a little bit more favorable position and side to really play for them. But I suppose have to wait and see if that is actually going to be the case. K16, though, beginning their attack yet again from the library entry machine to try to spearhead the push. Here is, though, that Chef Jeff has been, ever since the few of the rounds lost, has been relegated from the Zafir position onto a bit more, not pragmatic, but a little bit more utility-heavy decision of bringing in the sledge with some frag grenades, some soft breach as well on top of it all, and be a little bit more centered around team. I say that, though, sledge does still provide plenty of solo utility.
Yeah, I think it's more to fit the requirements of the team, especially in attacking certain sites, and wasn't having the most luck on the Zofia. They will get that office wall opened up, so that gives them the opportunity to start this verticality and threatening that kitchen dining site. But there's players up on the second floor they need to worry about, plus the nitro cells down below.
Speaking of the C4, going big, Rice. Perfect read there. And that is two extremely powerful operators gone. Machine in hopes of getting some sort of redemption, but the damage has been dealt.
My God, Banana from below as well finds Machine, and the losses just keep compounding here for the 1620 Kings. Jeff looking to walk on through and redeem what he can. We've seen him clutch up for the team before. Player to your left, Trippin, tucked in by Music, finds the kill and the defuse control as well. Tester is alone in the office. He's spotted. Trippin goes to the spray. It's a bit of a whiff. Not enough ammo in the mag. Pulls out the pistol. Out onto the study balcony for now. Tester in. Tester out. Altered Zelios take a 4-2 half.
And this is why, ladies and gentlemen, you ban Valkyrie on Chalet. The sheer impact Rice had on that round. Not only he had full information on when the push is happening, both in piano and the office. Not only he was able, thanks to his own Valkyrie camera hidden and tucked away somewhere, get that double C4. He continuously has been a thorn in the side of 1620 Kings, and even after the decision to bring in the IQ, well, it didn't really bring any sort of success there.
Attackers need to locate.
Well, 1620 Kings head onto the defense. It is now their time to shine, of course. But a 4-2, a defensive-sided half on Chalet is nigh unheard of at the moment.
Yeah, look. 1620 Kings could still make it a play for themselves. They could still make it turn around. But with the way how Altered Zelios has been playing, they just feeling so much more comfortable you can see, apart from the 2 rounds that 1620 Kings were able to run away with, Altadelia started actually looking a little bit more, a whole lot more rather, not a little bit, a whole lot more coordinated with their plays. The fact that Trippin has been allowed to have all that ground to really play a very confident set of swings, it looks very good. And the moment you can see that confidence starting to seep through, you can tell that Altadelius are looking to bring in all the possible heat. Now, the K16, they need to just get back to basics at this point, and this is something that probably is going to be the learning point, no matter what's the end outcome of this whole matchup.
Rice is already in downstairs, looking to get some big damage. Out 2 players down in the kitchen and dining. Rice takes some big damage on the investment with a push into West Main. Testers there. Looks like maybe even an entry through trophy as well, but not to be. Snip kicks things off with a kill onto Jeff, followed by a kill onto Machine by Trippin, looking to Solarium stairs. It's all starting to fall apart. Frag grenade in hand. Snip looking to throw it deep into dining, but the player rotating out. KJ just felled by Rice, watching the angle for 2. This is gearing up to be a flawless, but Lonely lines up 1 before he falls. Rice with a massive round for Altered Zalios attack called. And Goonbag, look, little bit of BM, but he's not wrong.
Not wrong at all. Yeah, look, already we're on 2-5 scoreline. Chef Jeff looks very much concerned. You can see that week 1, smiles all across the board. Week 2, a lot of things that just went wrong in all sorts of possible ways. Not the best kind of outcome, and certainly not as much of the smiles as we're so gotten used to see from the K16 lineup. It's definitely curious as to what is actually happening there. Maybe it's just once again not their day. Maybe it's the fact just the Altazil is just outplaying them fair and square. Maybe it's a little bit of column A, column B, but I certainly have to say, I think it started going downhill the moment that clutch with the echo happened. And
yeah, look, that is a play which is always going to cause a significant disjoint of momentum.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
And a 5-2 scoreline for Altered Zalios against the 1620 Kings. The team that finished 2nd overall in the 2021 OCL season. Losing out to Altered Zalios right now, who, I mean, they weren't the bottom place. They were the bottom seed by the end of stage 3, but close enough.
Absolutely. Well, in comes round number 8. Possibly the round where Altazelius will be able to gain themselves that famed match point after the embarrassment that was dealt to them by Kraken Esports Club in the first week.
Attackers must locate
So far
and defuse
looking
the bomb.
very dominant, very solid overall, and maybe the element of tilt is settling in. Plus, not to mention that we are starting to creep up towards the later end of the night, so maybe some sort of tiredness element is starting to kind of pop up as well. K16 though, another chance, another swing, and a very confident decision by Chef Jeff to just peek that position, had the sights trained on that. And that is a good opener onto Goonback. I say that though, Trippin refrags very, almost effortlessly.
Yeah, look, I'm not sure what the knock was about, but it was completely nullified at the start of the round. But look at this, Altered Zalios doing their due diligence, clearing things out from the bottom. They want to make sure there is no possibility of a flank to cripple their attack. But again, it's this pivot from Chef Jeff off of the M590s, off of what he was known for last year. He made a name for himself, playing the smoke and the mute. KJ hit by a nade. But yeah, Jeff made a name for himself playing the smoke and the mute, and he's not touched them.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Yeah, it's a curious prospect overall. And like he mentioned before, it's all about figuring out all the right setups. I say that, well, Machine gets to ponder on that whilst being in the spectator screen after that kind of frag grenade. Altazelius, right, powerful course for the 6th point for themselves right now, Panda. It's not looking too good for 1620 Kings. Maybe back to the drawing board is certainly going to be the way to go here by the conclusion of the matchup.
I mean, the crazy thing is, right now, that it was really anyone's game who made it into that first place seed going into the final week of play, which would then guarantee a shot at promoting into OCN. Trippin finding Tester right now, clearly cracking the front runners. Lonely falls, and so does KJ. And the match point is secured. But with this, I mean, 1620 Kings had one win already. They're going to be denied a second, which means, Cthulhu, we could have a complete lockout of the bottom 6 teams in the remaining weeks.
Could certainly be the case. Given that right now, it's been a dominating turnout. Look, apart from the initial overtime in week number 1, it's all rather straightforward here. The Kraken leading the charge.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
Warriors dropping
by
down.
attackers.
Maybe it's time for us to actually have that much needed shakedown of the leaderboard as well, and no more. Apart from Kraken's position, everything else is left in a complete uncertainty for the time being. Week 3 could possibly be the one to finally find us those solutions. But, I mean, Ultrazelius, if they cop the 3-pointer here, that propels them pretty much from the bottom of the leaderboard. Dynasty already copped themselves a 3-pointer. Antic, unfortunately, the only ones who could possibly, who are going to be missing out 2 times in a row. LFWO now, so far looking to sit at that 8th position.
Well, I mean, the wild thing is, so guaranteed, barring, I mean, even with a comeback, I believe, it's still Kraken first, Circular Spheres second, having picked up, both teams picking up 2 wins so far. So they are sitting good and clear right now. If 1620 Kings can bring it back to overtime, they would be sitting neck and neck with Circular Spheres if they bag the win in OT. But Goonbag on the Aruni. No, sorry, not Aruni. Amaru. Close enough. Trip in there as well. I'm keen to see what the play is. I mean, Ultrazelius obviously understand that they are a good number of points clear and they can maybe have a little bit of fun with the remaining rounds. But the Amaru play, there isn't even a hatch that they could utilize to get into the side.
Well, here's actually a fun little stat for you, Panda. So far, so if Ultrazelius win this out right here, right now, it will be a 4-way tiebreaker right now between Warriors, K16, Dynasty, and Ultrazelius.
Alright, that's not something we see every day. We see backstock opened up. They're all grouped up here. A Nitro Cell could take out 60% of the roster if they play it right. But Jeff finds the trade with Rice. Back on the shotguns, back on the SAS operator. 1 for 1. I just don't know what the game plan is here with Goonbag. There is absolutely nothing he can use the Gara hook on. He is now staking his way towards Library Stairs. KJ finds Banana. We are, I mean, still a minute 20 left in the round. Trippin has an idea of what he wants to do, but Goonbag is currently snaking his way up the stairs and has been spotted, well, heard, thanks to that proximity alarm. Trippin has just walked his way up to the side. He's about to push into bar right now. Doesn't have the diffuser. He's in. Spots the player elevated in the middle of gaming. KJ onto Goonbag. Tester falls and Trippin might just bring this back. Snip finds Machine. And what could have been a K16 round is quickly spiraling out of control. Player in back stock. Does he have the angle? He spots the head, KJ. It's a triple for him. The 1v1 and Snip has done it. Altered Zelios absolutely mixes the leaderboard, picking up their first win of the stage.
There we are. The 4-way tiebreaker, Panda. With Ultrazelius propelling themselves from one of the ones to be in the bottom of the leaderboard to now contesting the middle, if not the top 3, coming into the conclusion of week number 2. And my goodness, what a absolutely stunning play. A 7-2 conclusion off the back of just so many just absolutely phenomenal just plays.
Altered Zelios relegated the 1620 Kings 22 frags across 9 rounds for the team. Shut down every single step of the way. Altered Zelios coming and swinging week 2. They get themselves on the board, which, I mean, look, it is something that we've been wanting to see since stage 3, where they were pushed around and bullied. Now to see them come back refreshed for week 2 and taking a win like that, nothing but hope.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this does instill quite a fair bit of hope into Altered Zelios and their potential future further down the line. Now they are the ones to contest against Dynasty, 1620 Kings, Warriors, Esports in that leaderboard, in that 4-way tiebreaker, which is a huge thing. Denying K16 that progression, pushing themselves further is good progress. Whereas, well, the same goes actually for the teams like Dynasty. Them being able to finally find that recovery, bring back that, I suppose, the old school kind of experience in form of Leb, who went absolutely ballistic back then, has been good. But right now, yeah, all eyes, Goonbag and co. just doing absolutely borderline wonders with some of their plays.
I mean, the Echo plays. The Echo plays. My God, Goonbag threading the needle and denying that plant, and it all just spiraled out of control from there. 1620 Kings could not regain any significant grasp on the map, and it just came apart at the seams. I mean, what can you do in that situation?
Not much really, apart from, well, hoping that the tech pause reset will at least get your mental game back into the swing of things, but it seems like that didn't even really work out. So at the end of it all, well, told that she wrote really, Tilt came in, and from there on all the miniature mistakes started coming about. Well, Altered Zelios managed to just emphasize of that.
Well, joining us for an interview, it's the man of the hour. It's Goonbag from Altered Zelios. Man's dripped out, looking nice with the chain, my friend. What a win for the team. You guys absolutely stunned the 1620 Kings. I mean, what's it like coming into the new year?
You know, it's fresh, you know. I haven't played in like 2 months, but, you know, it's fun, eh? I enjoyed it.
Run us through with the decision on the Valkyrie. Was it kind of a practice thing with the Rice, or has it kind of been more so an impromptu decision to just keep him on that role, because he's been quite an impactful one as well throughout the whole game?
To be honest, that's like Rice's best game that I've seen him in a while. But yeah, we haven't practiced at all. We just been like, yeah, we do this in rank. We'll just do it now. You know,
Yeah.
like.
Well, I mean, off the back of that, you guys are at a 4-way tie, sitting in the middle of the pack. Puts you possibly in that position for top 4, top 3 even. I mean, after that win, does that bolster the confidence in the coming weeks?
Not really. We're just playing for fun, really. I don't really care about where we come.
Humble, nothing but humble. Look, Goon, we'll let you head off and celebrate the win, but before we do, is there anyone you want to shout out?
Yeah, shout out my boys Depleys and Marty Koshner, you know, lads out there.
Well, he's a man of few words. He's humble in victory, but look, you guys made it look good. Cthulhu, that does bring us to the end of Playday 2. Of course, some big matches. Look, honestly, I did not expect things to get this hype coming to the Playday. I was hoping for something nice and calm so I could just take it easy, we could get through it, but no. Everything, it was just non-stop action from start to finish.
Absolutely, and it gets even better from here on out. Look, Panda, the action that we received today has been borderline what feels like a taster of things to come, because look, with the way how Circular Spheres managed to improve their game, the way how we just witnessed Altered Zelios bring in that absolutely amazing gameplay, and the way how Dynasty managed to find their kind of resurgence in the reintroduction of Lib back into the swing of things, plus the new and unconventional maps. Look, from here on out, well, it gets even spicier.
Well, Cthulhu, I mean, look, it has been a hell of a night, and it has shaken up the leaderboard, assuredly, and we'll get that up on your screen in just a moment. But, I mean, a 4-way tie in the middle of the pack with 2 teams sitting at the forefront. I mean, do we see that shake-up coming into the end of the stage, or is this going to be cracking all the way?
I'm thinking everything but Kraken will get shaked up, really, given just how stable so far the Kraken roster has been. The rest of the team still feel like they're going through some of the changes, some of the experiments, even with Ulted Zelius. Look, some of the things, if it's true, look, I mean, playing for fun does certainly introduce quite a fair bit of dubs as well. So, look, I gotta say, I'm keen to see who will be the one to join at the top of the leaderboards, the Kraken Esports Club, and whether, well, that whole David and Goliath kind of storyline will be fulfilled by the conclusion of it all.
Well, let's have a look at our results for this evening. Of course, Playday 2 of the 2022 Stage 1 Oceanic Challenge League. Circular Spheres take down Vodafone Warriors Esports 7-2 in match 1 of the day. Dynasty took down LFO 7-4 on the new map Skyscraper. Kraken Esports Club wasted no time dispatching Antic R6 7-2. And then our third 7-2 of the evening, Ulted Zelios picking up their first win against the 1620 Kings. I mean, Cthulhu, is that even remotely close to what you thought the night would look like by the end of it?
Honestly, a complete 180 from what I expected, minus the Kraken's game. But look, yeah, I'm genuinely surprised with some of the outcomes, but very pleasantly surprised, given that it does set us up for a much closely contested leaderboard.
Now, before the broadcast, Cthulhu sent me his notes and his predictions for the match. Cthulhu, you went 1-3 tonight on your predictions. The only one you got right was Kraken, and look, let's be honest, that one was a bit of a freebie. Let's have a look at our leaderboard, of course, at the end of Playday 2 and see just where our contestant stands. Kraken sitting clear at the top by 1 point, sitting up at 6. Look, it's first place. You lock it in now. Circular Spheres take second with 5. 4 teams sitting on 3 points. 1620 Kings, Ulted Zelios, Vodafone Warriors, and Dynasty all tied in third place. And then LFO with their 1 sitting in 7th. Antic sitting in 8th right now. Cthulhu, I mean, coming into the stage, is this how you predicted things would look by the end of Playday 2?
Honestly, not at all. I certainly had... Well, I knew for a fact that Kraken should still be able to keep it up in their performance, so that was borderline a no-brainer. But certainly it's quite surprising seeing a team like Antic just ending up so far after week 2 at the bottom of the leaderboard. LFO kind of having a few struggles, and it certainly seems like for the time being 1620 Kings are looking to, well, unfortunately still yet to figure out what is the actual stable ground for them to work on.
Well, Cthulhu Playday 2 in the books, done and dusted. Now, remember at home, that's not the end of the ANZ Siege this week. This Friday, Oceanic Nationals is back. And look, last week was a hell of a night. Mandy, good friend of ours, Rappel, making her casting debut. And there's more action coming this Friday as well, so make sure you check out the show. But for Cthulhu and I, the Oceanic Challenger League, we're sitting on a 4-way tie, and the only way to fix it is more Rainbow Six. Unfortunately for you guys at home, that won't be happening until next week. So make sure you're back to next week, same time, to figure out who takes top 4, who sits bottom 4, and how the night closes out. We'll see you then.